of this project initially is extremely simple. Just help the SME and you're going to help your country, right? To do that, AI is actually something that all SMEs can profit from. I've been working for years now with SMEs. Every single SME I've been talking with has been able to use AI and profit from it. So the idea is really work with SME and help them get AI. Why don't they do it themselves, alone? It's very hard for them because they're specialized in each their own topic. One is producing clothes, the other one is producing screws, the other one is producing maybe this. They know nothing about AI, and they don't have a technical network around them to help them. So what they need is actually to get to AI, they need help to understand what's the use of AI for them. It should be a tool for them to profit from, and to provide them with the connection that they completely lack. And this is exactly what the SME platform is doing. Basically, what we want is to help the SMEs who don't know about AI, and we call them AI unaware, to get advantage or get return on investment from AI. That's very simple. The target is very simple. To do that, instead of writing papers and reports and blah, 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 basically what we did, we built a tool which is practical and which can help a country to reach out to SMEs. So it's really, I call it a dating platform for SMEs, if you want, right? So the achievement, first, we produced the portal. This was thanks to a lot of work in Singapore with Lawrence's team. We built two index. One is called AI Maturity Index, the AI Mind, which comes from Singapore, to evaluate the maturity of the SME. If an SME knows nothing about AI, is unaware, then you will bring them certain tools, and if they're very aware, you'll bring them different solutions if you want. And the other one is the SP Mind, the Service Provider Maturity Index, which is basically a way to evaluate the quality of a service provider. Basically, my dating platform, if you want, is to match an SME with a service provider. This one has the needs, this one has the offer. So to match them, you need to make very sure that the service provider is good, safe, and can really help the SME. So this is the SP Mind, and France, my team, we produce that and put that into the pot, if you want, the SME platform. So this was produced. It took us at least 2 years, I think. And then we started to test it, and we will report on the field test later. And then we launched the portal, and this portal has already been adopted by Singapore and Poland. France is next, Germany and Serbia are going to go live by the end of 2023, probably beginning of 2024, if Santa Claus brings everything we need, right? Then we also have a forum, because our idea is that this portal is going to be deployed at the level of each country, and there would be a forum where everybody can connect to and bring new ideas and new good practices, everything which is needed that everybody can exchange ideas. So this is what our idea is about. So all of this has been done. So as I said, the portal is very simple. You have a portal operator, a country, has decided to adopt this project. They either operate the portal themselves or designate a portal operator, for example, in different regions when the country is big. And then you have a dating platform where SMEs can meet solution providers, and the two can talk and start helping, the solution provider can start helping the SME to adopt AI and progress from it. The SME is going to profit from that by increased revenue, increase productivity, whatever, and the solution provider is going to profit of that because it's going to get business. So it's a win-win situation, basically. So now we're going to have the SME journey demo that Lawrence is going to comment upon. Lawrence is for you here.
Yeah, and you can actually play the video first. You click on the video.
It doesn't play. That's the thing. What? Full screen? Oh, okay, I can do it. Doesn't play. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this the hi everyone. So this is the SME's journey of the portal from the perspective of an end user. So the AI Mind allows the SME to quickly, in less than 10 minutes, get a sense of their own AI maturity. So it's a set of 12 questions that covers things from business use case to risk and so on. And after they complete the survey, they'll get a report. And if there's enough people who have actually submitted, can you go back one slide?
Yeah, I would like to.
And if there's enough people, companies that have submitted into the completed the survey, the SME can actually get a benchmark of where he or she is in terms of industry. Now, this is a detailed view of the SME's user journey. So like what Francois has said, the portal really, we want to provide the SME a way to learn about AI. And for 2024, that's one of the big tasks. Also to allow the SME to discover their own AI maturity and search for AI use cases, review the AI use cases, see whether is it really relevant to them, and get ideas. And then if, let's say, there's an interesting use case that's been done by an AI solution provider, the SME can then contact the solution provider. Next. So talk about the solution provider's journey. We click on the video. So over here, you are now a solution provider. You register an account, complete the registration form, which includes filling up the SP-MIND, the Solution Provider Maturity Index, contributed by France. Upload your logo, write a little something about your company. And now this slide is showing the SP-MIND. The SP-MIND is quite comprehensive. It will take a bit longer than the AI Mind to complete, but we think it's very important that portal operators ensure that the solution providers coming on board are of quality. And what will happen is that all these results will go to the portal operator. The portal operator will be informed via an email that will be triggered by the system to say, hey, there's a new solution provider who's interested. Please review. So once the solution provider has been approved, he or she can then upload use cases to the portal to showcase what they are able to do and so on. So write out your use case name, your challenges, the solution description, and the areas that the solution is used in, and all. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is in detail how it will happen. In case the video was a bit a bit hard to follow. So the first thing is that the solution provider needs to register and complete the SP-MIND. After which the portal operator will actually undergo a review process. Now, every country will have their own review process. But from a GPA's perspective, we have put in place some guidance, some governance that we think that portal operators countries should follow. For example, in Singapore, our Singapore government have a accreditation scheme. So if your country has that, you can also use that to accredit. That means if a company has already been accredited as a AI solution provider, then there's no need for you to review this company in detail because someone has already done the work. Now, if your country doesn't have, then you should use SPMind. You may want to conduct interviews. You may want to conduct. You may want to ask for more documentations. And for some countries, you may even want to have a formal audit of the company. So we leave that to each country to determine the best process for themselves. But definitely, a formal review process is required. So once the solution provider has been approved, the solution provider can then go in and update company information, upload the use cases, and so on. Next slide. So this is from a portal operator perspective, what happens as a portal operator. So when a solution provider submits the application, the portal operator will get an email notification, and which also includes the score of the SPMind, and then you should then start off with your review process of the company. Now, if you approve the solution provider will automatically get a welcome email to say, hey, you have been approved and so on. Now, obviously, if the solution provider is not up to par, and when you say reject, they will also get a rejection email. Again, all these are templates which you can customize, and you should customize to meet your own needs. Okay, next slide. So this is again a diagrammatic form. Again, you see that there's this review process, right? And this is from the portal operator's perspective. So the goal is really to carefully review and approve qualified AI solution providers, and then build up this pool of AI solution providers, which will also which should also be uploading use cases, right? That's one thing that we want. They should not be just registering themselves and that's it. Because for SMEs to find them, SMEs will be using the search system in the portal, and they need to upload use cases. So the more use cases that the solution provider upload, the higher chances that SME will be able to find them and therefore potentially get a new business. Okay, next slide. So this is the results from the field test, and that was conducted last year. And in terms of feedback, positive feedback, all the SMEs found the AI-Mind very useful. The solution provider found the SPMind very useful, because they will know, for those that did not make the cut, they will actually know where they are lacking, and therefore they can then go and improve on it and then come back the next time. And for the portal operators, they find the dashboard very easy to use. But obviously, when we developed this in 2022 and then did the trial in 2023, there was still a lot of gaps. So feedback was to have a better search engine, and which we have done. We changed from a keyword search to a semantic search engine. We have also simplified the onboarding process. The video you saw is a simplified version where during registration, the solution provider will just do it once, including SPMind. Previously, they had to get an account and then go in and do SPMind separately and so on. And for the portal operator, we also simplified the onboarding process. So in total, Singapore, Germany, France, and I think Poland, we did the field tests. In total, 53 SMEs and 63 solution providers participated.
Yeah, and I would say this is the beauty of GPI, right? We run this field test in 4 different countries, and could get feedback for these different countries so that we can inform basically the portal with useful features. I go next, I suppose,
Yeah, next.
Lawrence, right? So
Yeah, so the
this
next,
is, yeah. So this
yeah,
is,
the next,
go ahead.
please go. Yeah, so this is the view of the Singapore portal. As you can see, it looks very different from the demo. So we have changed the color scheme. Okay, can you go to the next slide?
Yeah, maybe I would like to stay a second on this one and comment a little bit. This portal is a generic platform that we've built, and the idea is that each country is going to take over this technical tool, if you want, and personalize it. That is to say, branding, change the colors, change the language, maybe. You know, for example, in France or in Poland, it's written in Polish in Poland and in French in France. So we take the tool, translate it, change the branding, change everything, but we benefit from the technical tools which are underneath, which is done here by Lawrence in Singapore. Yes.
And also the learning among all the portal operators, right? This is not a one-time thing. As this project continues, as countries start to deploy the portals, people will learn and we can collaborate. This is an example of the AI use cases that's being shown on the Singapore site. Next.
Yeah, and also here, this is important because you see, if you're in Singapore, probably an SME would like success stories by companies in Singapore. They don't care about a success story which is in France. It's useless to them. So each country will develop their own success stories store, so to speak, which will be adequate for their own market.
Right.
Yep, this one.
This one for me.
Maybe Robert want to speak.
Yes, thank you, Lawrence. Thank you, Francois. Yes, Poland was a second country who implemented that portal in Polish language, and with some special edition and adaptation to Polish market. But before describing our stories, now we think that it's a success story to have this portal. Why? Because first time the market could be visible for two sides of the same issues, one from SMEs, one from the supplier. Polish GPR, productivity of state, is very depending on SMEs, and we try to empower our SMEs by the artificial intelligence implementation in their organization and their services. What we done in our country with that portal, we launched that portal near our Ministry of Digital Affairs. The operator is only one person, an editor of course, that portal, and in the same moment we had expert groups consist with 360 persons and companies, and close to our ministry. At that, in that we had a natural environment of launching that portal. And immediately they were the user of that portal and try to merge their approaches, expectations. And for one second beauty of JPI for us is that we can practically implement the trustworthy approach to the organization and to the artificial intelligence. That is what for a reason of JPI of existence and the mandate of JPI. We try to finally could deliver the knowledge from the very ground to the top to our experts, to probably in the future a bit developed that portal. And finally, of course, experience get it by us in the group experts. It's very important to see the big picture, how that market could be developed around the globe, and finally propose something new. What is our aim in Poland? We would like that portal will be a part of other portal, national portal dedicated for the future industry, how we can merge AI with other techniques and breakthrough technologies, of course, like digitalization, IoT, digital twin, or even quantum. But this is a first part of that kind of matrix. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. I think in what Robert said, there is one feature I would like to highlight. He talked about trustworthy. You all heard about trustworthy AI, of course. But in this particular case, the trustworthy AI ideas are completely embedded everywhere, in AI Mind, in SP Mind, and also in all the governance issues and documents that we have published. The idea is that we want to make sure that the service provider obey by this trustworthy AI recommendation by OECD, and that the portal operator is operating the whole thing according to these ideas. So this trustworthy AI is nice ideas, but here it's in practice, it's for real. That's what we want.
Maybe it's worth to add for somebody who don't know. Trustworthy is not only idea, it's a framework. Yeah, this is that. We have dimensions. We can embed this to the portal, to the organization, technically and not technically.
Yeah, it's a practical implementation of these ideas here. Again, for you, success stories in Poland. See this one? I will not discuss this one.
It's not the end. Yeah, we have some success story. We are happy to have it. It was not obvious to find our SMEs and our solution providers, but thanks to our group, what I mentioned near to the digital Ministry of Digital Affairs, we had it. Polish community is very oriented on digital technologies and smart adaptation. We use, of course, in the process of developing agile methodology. We have 3 samples here. Finally, we have 111 samples of SMEs who now registered on that portal, trying to merge themselves and trying to find the solution providers. We have now 6 samples of merging between the solution providers and SMEs. They started collaborate, and what was very important for us, first time some SMEs asked about the trustworthy service provider, not any one, not only service provider as a technical solution provider. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is very important for a dating app, right? That there are weddings at the end. And babies, maybe, projects, right? This is what we aim for. So now, next point, maybe Lawrence, back to you. Why should we join the AI for SME portal initiative?
Yeah. So as mentioned by Francois right in the beginning, right, SME make up a very significant portion of the economy, and really we want to encourage them to innovate and adopt AI quickly. Also to enhance efficiency, right? When the SME is able to adopt AI, they will be able to streamline their business processes, improve their profitability, and so on. And also to, like what Robert has mentioned, right, foster this collaboration between the SMEs and the solution providers with the portal operator, probably a government entity or government appointed entity, will be that platform for collaboration. So it's really to get SMEs to innovate, to collaborate with solution providers and with the portal operators. Next. So for 2024, since the portal is already complete, and at least we are in version 1, it's really to focus on getting more countries to adopt and launch this AI for SME portal. For 2024, we also will work with current and existing portal operators to create new resources and guides to help the portal operators go to market. One very important work stream will be a resource for SME. We call it AI for SME. It's a very simplified introduction to AI for SME. AI Singapore or AI Singapore, where I work for, we have been using this AI for Everyone program for several years, widely used by all the schools, all the government offices in Singapore, and even adopted by other countries. So we are going to revamp and review this, include generative AI, work with the SME working group members. A lot of them are AI experts in their own field, and create a very easy to understand introduction to AI for SMEs, particularly targeted at SMEs, focusing on how to get the SMEs to bring AI into their organizations and getting their organizations ready for AI, all based on principles of AI Mind and the OECD AI scope.
Yeah, this is the first examples of something more that we want to develop, which is basically a set of training for SMEs. As I said at the beginning, SMEs, when they start on AI, they don't know anything on AI. So the first thing is not to learn for them. The first thing is to understand that they can profit from AI. So this is why we first put the most important topic on accessing success stories so that they can understand how they can profit, and then put them in contact with service provider where they can actually produce their first AI product. And when they are at this stage, they're not anymore fully unaware of AI, they're a little bit aware, but to become aware they need to learn. And at this time, then they will need training material, and this is what we want to do next year. And this example of introduction to AI, this is the very first easy learning material we produce, but we intend to produce more. So all these different tools, training material will be offered on the platform next, so that each country can grab from it. So Singapore has some, and maybe the different people would deploy will have more material to put.
Lawrence, only to add, that was a Polish adaptation and Polish version. We delivered one very small portion, but important for us, education stream, webinars, some stream of engaging people to talk each other. Yeah.
So we think that this is going to be like what this platform is going to be. While on one hand we develop new tools, on the other hand they're taken by the different countries who use it in their own personal platform, translating it, doing whatever they want. So the common knowledge that we produce can be exploited everywhere. That's the idea of this platform. I can move on to the next one, right?
Yes.
Lawrence. Yeah, that's the message, basically. Do it.
Yeah, take action. Apply for access to the AI for SME portal. So this applies to member countries appointed portal operators. So once you work with your community to determine who will be the portal operators, get them to apply for access, indicate which country and so on, and then the team will actually follow up and verify that they are actually the appointed portal operator. Then we will approve their registration, and after that they can have access to the portal source code, the administration guide, developer guide, so on. And whenever you have any questions, post to the forum, and the developers and also hopefully other portal operators who have built up the skill sets can help each other out. So you have to remember, this is all done on pro bono basis. So everybody is trying their best to help each other, spending this AI for SME portal on.
Yeah, and this is what is very important, right? All this work that we've done, so the technical work, the technical documentation, all the tools and a little bit of a support is going to be provided for free for each country, and then each country grabs this portal and all the tools and then make what they want with it. That is to say, translate it, They have to run their own costs for running the platform, that is to say, hosting it, etc. But it's like the development has been done, it's there available. If you are a JPI country, and if you accept the principles of the OECD, which is the basis for all these things, then you can grab all the technical tools and do what you want with it, hopefully for success of your companies. Now I think we're going to take a question, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, please. Wait for a microphone, please. Yeah, this lady back there.
Thank you. Jala Gatto from the Australian member delegation. Thank you very much for this really interesting presentation. You can hear me now? Yes, excellent. Just wondering, you've been talking about success stories. Do you have any sort of data or metrics that goes alongside that as to sort of the proportion of SMEs that have used the platform that have, found it useful to make that match in your dating app, or?
Well, there are various answers to your question. The first thing is we run field tests, right? Like a year ago, which were reported in this slide by Lawrence before. The second one is the real stuff, which basically Robert told about in Poland. Maybe you can repeat, Robert. And
this
then,
is okay. Thank you for the question. One more time. One person is operator of that portal in Poland, an editor. It's not so much, yes. That it is a very simple service, web service to operate. What is important also that any SMEs, any user from the service provider has a profile to edit and to see themselves, itself, yes, how they look, how they could be compared with other SMEs, and internally we see the index, and we finally will have the possibility to count, to observe the statistics. Now, as Francois said, it's a testing period, but after 1 year, I think that we can deliver some new statistics.
you already said that there has been matching between SMEs, and you said 100 SMEs.
100 SMEs and 6 merging now.
And you've been live like how many months?
This is 3 months, yes.
Yeah. So that's what we have.
Without marketing.
Yeah.
Now in January we are preparing to marketing campaign, and we expect something more, having some impact. We believe that project has many dimensions. First, of course, it's still the same: education of trustworthy approach. We believe of that stream. Awareness of artificial intelligence, not as a techniques, but as a tool to use in the organization and support your productivity, the technology line, yes, and finally selling the products, anything, yes. We believe on that. And finally, if we get the knowledge per SMEs, per supplier, we can build a community.
Yeah.
And finally, a bit call people to increase their maturity, next level.
The economic level,
and build the ecosystem. This is our aim.
And maybe, Lawrence, you can report on what's going on in Singapore, right, after your introduction of a platform.
Yes, so just like Robert, we also introduced the platform only about 3 months ago. So it's still very, very early days. We have not started any marketing activities yet. So we plan that for 2024. So to date, we have, I think, probably about 20 solution providers. In Singapore, we actually don't require the SMEs to track. So we actually don't keep track of how many SMEs have used the portal. We do have background statistics to know roughly how many done a search, what sort of search they are looking at, and so on. So it's early days, but I think with 2024, that's when we're going to put in a bit more resources to market the portal.
And maybe I can report on something which is not on the platform, but which is going to be into the platform. I've been running a project with the Paris region where SMEs are funded 50% by the Paris region to run their first SME project, their first AI project. So in 3 years, basically, I've talked with about 200 SMEs, more or less. We have a network of, I would say, between 80 and 100 service providers. And by talking with SMEs one-to-one, we basically build up a project with them, match them by hand with a service provider, and out of that, we've realized 80 projects, right? We've had, out of these 80, we have 2 failures. For us, a failure is when an SME running the project with service providers does not get the return on investment they wanted. This is counted as failure. So it means to me that basically in every case, when they start the project, they win. And they know that. At the beginning, they don't know anything about AI. At the end, they say, I want AI everywhere. This is what we want. So everything we've done for 3 years, we've done by hand. And we want this tool to basically automate what we have and basically build up. And I think this is what Robert was talking about, building a community. We want to build up the knowledge of this stuff because SME talk to each other. They don't talk to AI providers because they don't know them, but they have their own business circles where they can talk. And by building up this community, the ideas of how you can profit from AI are going to disseminate. This is what we want. This is what I want, this tool to help me do it, because by hand it's very painful.
Francois, if I can add a bit something, maybe it's important for the member states. That knowledge is very important to get from the SMEs to the policymakers, that we can understand the problems, challenges on very bottom level, yeah? And address some our interventions. Thank you.
Yeah. Do we have one more question in the room? Technical question so that Betty would be happy to answer you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I have been working in India with one of the big 4 employers, PwC here, and we have been also involved in these kinds of awareness issues. So it's a really great initiative that you have taken up with building this platform to match the SMEs with the service providers. And in your presentation, you mentioned about SP Mind and AI Mind. So there's a questionnaire I see during the presentation, but do you have some kind of a scoring framework on the background so that, like, because when you talk about an index, is it a numeric index, or is it like how exactly you are going to calculate that to kind of rate the service providers as well as the SME maturity?
I don't know. Maybe Lawrence will take the AI Mind because
Sure,
it's
sure,
the source, and I take the SP Mind because I'm the source. Go ahead.
Yeah, so for the AI Mind, so there's like 12 questions, and in each question there's like 4 answers. So depending on the answers you make, you may get a score of 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. And from there, we actually total up the scores that you get. Obviously, there's some mathematics behind, nothing complicated, averages, and you basically get a score of, let's say, between less than 2.5, you are considered AI unaware. 2.5 to 3.5 or 3, you are AI aware. 3.5, you are AI ready, and above 3.5, you are AI competent. So there's a scoring matrix behind. So when you complete the survey, there's a computation that will go that happens at the background to compute your AI maturity score.
Yeah, and about SP Mind, so this is for the service provider side. Remember that what we want to achieve with this SP Mind, we want to make sure that the service provider we're going to put in front of an SME is safe. That is to say, he knows what he's talking about, right? So basically we have 6 axes for that. One is about the understanding of AI issues in management. One is about the AI level of the members of a company, training and all this sort of thing. Another one is about data. Another one is about what we talk about, what we call mastering from beginning to end of a life cycle of an AI project, etc. So for each axis, as Lawrence described, there are a few questions. So it's about, I think, about 20 questions, longer than the AI Mind, because we really want to make sure. And as Lawrence said, a questionnaire, each question has a value, compute and get the total score. But it's also a thing where basically for each axis, the service provider can understand, and they said this was very useful to them, understand what are the questions which are important that they missed. It's like, think about this, you did not go well on that. It means you need to progress on that. So it's also a tool to help the service provider to get better. If you fail this way, first day, maybe you will, understand that you need to train your guy, you need to do this and that, and then progress. And this is what they basically came back to us saying. It was very interesting for me to understand what I was missing. So it's tools which should help our goal to match the companies, and it's also a tool which should help the company themselves to progress. And we believe this is rather useful. So we use the tool then to say, yes, no, we want this service provider. Please come back when you're done, right? Learning.
And even funny thing is that many service providers could find that questions first time in their life. Yeah. They because of that question, they are challenging. This is very important. And because of that, we can shape new approach to the business.
Yeah. Basically, when we developed that in France with colleagues at Numeum in particular, we wanted to devise a label for service provider, a quality label, if you want. And this is the idea of this thing, right? It could be followed up by a full audit with document processing, etc. I saw there was another question.
Good morning, and thanks for the insight you have provided, your team has provided. There are two questions. Like, there are two stakeholders in the SMEs. Like, one is the government, the policymakers, and the big companies, like, which are actually funding the SMEs to support them. So how is this tool going to help the policymakers in understanding what are the requirements, what are the aspirations of the SMEs? Is there any thing with respect to that?
Well, basically, as I said, I've been running this project with Paris region without the tool. The idea, what I see in France, so I'm going to talk about France, right? In France, you have many regions. Some are very mature in terms of AI, like Paris region, and we could launch this project without the tool, but we would have profited by having it, right? In other regions, basically, when there is not the same maturity in AI, so the local people don't understand so well the issues, when they launch this kind of tool, they profit from all the knowledge which is in it, embedded in it. So they immediately target the issues that the SMEs face when they want to get into AI. So it's really, and in every country it's going to be like that. Some countries are more advanced in AI, some are less, but by sharing all the knowledge, all the best practices, all the successes, and the failures too, because there are failures, by sharing this, we think that we can accelerate the process for local authorities to actually get to speed, basically, right? Lawrence, if you agree on that.
Yes. So the AI Mind was based off the AI Readiness Index that we have. So like France, in Singapore, we have this program called 100 Experiments, where over the last 6 years, I think we've interacted with about 700-800 companies through 130 over companies and completed about 80 of these AI projects. So we have been working with SMEs for a long time. And we created this AI Mind one of the ways that a policymaker can use is to actually study the results of AI Mind that will be captured in this AI for SME portal. Because as assuming you have more and more SMEs that come in and complete this AI Mind, you will get a very good overview of the AI maturity of each of your industries in the country. And once you know the AI maturity, whether they are unaware, aware, ready, or competent, and then you can design very specific programs to address that. So for AI unaware, for example, in Singapore, if we know SME AI unaware, the first thing we tell them is, please go and do AI for everyone. You're not ready to do an AI project yet. And then depending on what maturity they are, if they are AI ready, then we say, okay, let's have a discussion to discuss starting your first AI project. So knowing where the majority of the companies or the industries will help the policymakers then design better intervention programs.
Yeah, one thing you can do also, if you want, suppose this thing is running, you have more and more SMEs getting into the system and more SP providers. For each of those, their sector of activity. For example, this one is working in e-commerce, for example. And you can progressively build up a map of the level of expertise of your different SMEs in terms of AI in this domain, and same from the SP provider. You can figure out that in e-commerce, all the SP providers are very good on data, I don't know, in the different axes of the SP Mind, but at the end you will see that most of them have very real problems in terms of understanding, for example, the training or training their people. So you can build a web along the different axes where you can compare one given SP provider with respect to their domain of activity. And this thing can be helpful for the portal operator of the country, but can be helpful also for the SP provider. How do I compare to my peers, my competitors, right? So this is one side effect of this thing when it lives for longer. Now, in another idea that we were trying to push at the beginning would be like, in this country it's like that, in that country it's different, in this other country it's again different on another axis. What can we exchange? Ideas, techniques, mechanisms, so that every country could be better, basically. That's the idea.
And one thing is also important, that visibility of that portal for state operator, for example. That was the reason in Poland we decided to operate that portal by state agency, not private agency, to have immediately visibility of the interaction and impact of policy making. After 1 month we see more, and after other 1 month we can see our impact and proper intervention finally. That is very important for our policy, and finally for global and international collaboration among between states, and also for service providers and SMEs. We believe, because this is a question about the implementation, for example, our service providers needs implementation success story as a beginning of the other process of scaling up and commercialization their product. And this is for example that thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very last quick question, because we need to give the floor back to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question. When a country decide to develop the platform, does it have access to all the platforms for all the countries, all the solution providers, or does it have only an access for its own local platform? And if it's the case, how do you technically do that. So
What you know, our first idea was very grandiose, right? We thought, yeah, a global platform at world level, at universe level, right? But we figured out that each country would want to retain their own platform, their own knowledge, so it's local at each level. So even maybe in one country at different regions, it's local. But there is this global forum where the portal operators who can exchange ideas. So the data are not shared. You know, there are rules to share the data, right? The data are not shared. There is only the technical forum where people can exchange ideas and, for example, ask people like Betty, how do I do this and that technically, right? So it's a knowledge platform, not an exchange of ideas, because we think that each country want to retain the power on their own solutions, of course, right?
But thank you for the question. I have some idea to answer, but on the beginning, understanding the very local issues, local partners, and make them ability to be visible was very important on the beginning. And probably this is the first step to the approach to the globalism as a interlocalism. This is like that. To understand very precisely what is in concrete and enterprises, what challenge can find the solution providers on the other markets, not only our local markets. The problems with jurisdictions, yes, for a problem to go to the other markets with expectation from the patenting, intellectual property approach and like that. That could be answered. Probably that is our next challenge to think how to merge this. For example, in Poland, what we did, we tried to implement the window to other local portals, local still, to make some bridge between 2-3 other ecosystems.
Yeah, maybe we could put on the forum a list of the links to the different portals. But you know, we are at the beginning of this, and we hope that we can go further with more countries, and every country, of course, is very welcome. So I would like to thank you all for your presence here and your questions, and we will move to the next session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lawrence and Betty. Yeah, bye. See you.
Lawrence, Betty.
Okay, so there is a lag. Okay, the speakers are Pauline Zordan. Unfortunately, she won't be able to speak because there was a time problem, and she's a data governance project leader at Equitia. I forgot to say about myself, I'm the president of Equitia, and we have Gianfranco Secconi, who is Chief Solutions Officer at the International Data Space Association. He will present a little later what it is, and we can see him on screen. And I hope we also have Marco Turpenheim, who is the CEO of 1001 Lakes, which is involved in data spaces also and in the Citra Foundation. I will let him be introduced. And could you just tell me if Marco is online, because I can't see him on the screen. Okay, so probably the other speakers will try to reach him out. Fortunately, he will be there in a few minutes anyway. Let me introduce the subject. What is it about? Well, you probably, all of you, experience the kind of obstacles to data sharing and also to feeding artificial intelligence, such as when you look at use case examples like, we want to use generative AI to provide support to citizens about administrative questions related to a territory. This is something that we are trying to do in France, okay? Or another use case, planning the urban transportation, but by using really up-to-date information of mobility of people, and not, you know, surveys that you do every 10 years and which are out of date very quickly. Or maybe another use case, which is identifying the impact of environment on health at territorial level. And obviously, the COVID-19 crisis showed us the importance of this kind of use case. In all these use cases, you always have the same obstacles. The first one is that you need data which comes from a variety of sources. It's not just one provider of data, it's many providers of data. And then if you want to do this use case, you may wonder, well, is the data processing legitimate? Or you can ask, is it legal, but also is it legitimate to do it? There is also the need to protect the confidentiality, which is obviously something very important. The privacy is a value that you cannot deal with. And then you cannot just send, you know, a data set from one organization to another. You need also to control the subsequent uses of the data set. If you partner with other organizations, you may find out that, yeah, okay, for that project, for that use case, it would be fine to use a data set you own. Okay, but will they use it for other purposes after that, when they get the data set? So there is a matter of trust. You also need to respect a business model. You need also to identify existing data sets rather than recreate new ones. Okay, all these matters raise many questions and are really a very big obstacle to the deployment of many use cases. And what we'll try to find out in this session is how can data spaces ensure data access and trustworthy AI. So for that, I would like to begin by asking Gianfranco Secconi from the International Data Space Association, yes, to give us a few words about this concept of data spaces. So Gianfranco, what it is about data spaces?
Thank you, Bertrand, and I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
So the concept of data space is not necessarily a new one. So as you described well, the need to share data effectively and in the full respect of the rights of the participants to the arrangements of the sharing is not a new problem. It's more the way we approach it today that is changing. If you can move to the next slide, I can give you a little of history in a way. So as I said, we've been sharing data for a very long time. Any of us who is in business, perhaps in manufacturing, is part of a supply chain, for example. Traditionally, we need to share only on a one-to-one basis. The little drawing you see on the left is a relatively easier arrangements to set up. You must know the other party, but it's very rigid, not particularly flexible, not particularly a good fit to scale up and so on. Over time, We found solution to that, like the diagram in the middle. Usually, one or more players emerged and proposed themselves to become a sort of a hub, a facilitator of the exchange. In many cases, we actually use the term data exchange in this case, where let's say an enlightened despot of data sharing offers themselves to host the others to come and play, let's say, with the data. This also had its own constraints. The player in the middle, the one who offers to be the host of that exchange, risks becoming very powerful from a commercial perspective, from a governance perspective. This may not be the best solution at all for the ones participating, particularly when you imagine participants also as individuals. It's quite hard to imagine that that picture there is going to last long without being, let's say, disproportionate or not fair to the actual participants there. What we're trying to go, again, it's just a drawing, but what we're trying to go is the picture on the top right that will also enable us scaling significantly. The diagram shows it relatively well. It's a matter of removing the dependency of a central facilitator of the data sharing agreement and putting all participants in a condition where they can comfortably share with each other, supported not only by technology, but also by suitable governance arrangements for those exchanges to take place. It's useful, while we're still on this picture, to remind ourselves that data space is not a technology concept, or at least it's not just a technology concept. It's a combination of the technology that enables that kind of exchange to happen, but also all of the elements of governance that make those participants work well together, partly enforced by technology, but partly not, partly more as a matter of an agreement between the trustworthy parties. And all of this also moves within a legal framework. We're not leaving the planet for doing this. We are still in a territory. Each of the participants are subject to the legal framework where they operate, and the data space itself may be subject to specific legislation. If you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so what is the data space model or paradigm, the way you want to call it? It's simply a relationship between those trusted members in the data space who use the same governance terms, use the same technology standards in multiple or one vertical ecosystem. So these are the point I didn't say earlier. You don't need to imagine this as a physical space or a limited environment, say, in one industry. This is not just for manufacturing on one side, and then there's another data space for, I don't know, agriculture, and another one for mobility. Once interoperability, the means of interoperability and governance work well, there is no reason why you wouldn't break those kind of barriers that probably shouldn't never have ever existed. This is really about bringing those participants together according to the same governance and according to the same technology. So you see a federated data architecture. So as little data as possible moves, that point Bertrand was making earlier. The best guarantee to limit abuse is to not to enable it. So if we only transfer the data that's being requested and negotiated, there are fewer opportunities for the data to be abused. Interoperability, I used the I word many times already this morning. For me, by the way, it's 6 something where I am in the Netherlands. So you will forgive me if I repeat myself, but the idea here is not to create silos, not to create over-dependency of one player only, thanks to interoperable means of working together. And this model, in the end, is the best premise to ensure that the data sovereignty, this is why we call it Europe at least, of the participants is ensured. This simply means that the rights and the privileges of people or organizations that hold data are going to be both recognized and enforced in case something goes wrong, let's say. If you go to the next one.
Next slide, please.
Thank you, Bertrand. So just to make one example of a data space already being operational in Europe, just to make an example, is possibly one of the most famous one, Catena-X. Catena-X is the data space of the automotive industry that started in Central Europe around Germany and French operators mostly at the beginning, significantly also supported by the respective governments. It's the place where the automotive industry in Europe is experimenting with the data spaces model. Again, they're taking down those barriers that we described earlier to try experiment with new use cases and business model. The objectives are actually obvious in a way. For an industry that has so much experience, they need to push the bar further, increase the competitiveness of the industry. They need to improve efficiency for a higher level of cooperations. Remember, the supply chain of automotive is incredibly complex. I believe that research has shown how the value of a car is like only for a fourth of its value associated to the brand you see on the car itself. Everything else comes from this very long and complex supply chain. And finally, exactly because of that complexity, the industry wants to accelerate the processes by which data is exchanged and everything related to production through standardization and access to the data that describes it. So we're even beyond the traditional use cases by which data sharing is necessary. And you can easily imagine, also thanks to what you learned from the previous session, how the evolution of applications towards AI in particular desperately needs good quality data in good quantity without the concern of the data being abused, leaked, and everything else. So what is the International Data Spaces Association? And I'm telling you not for publicity, we are a non-profit. It's just for you to know that there are resources available to you. The IDSA listens and gathers requirements from the member associations that are trying to build data spaces or are trying to operate the data spaces better. We facilitate that community to create and maintain technology specifications, so in general assets that will support them in operating and delivering those data sets. And finally, possibly the most important thing for the development of the topic, we develop those assets and specifications into international standards. So we're not keeping them for ourselves in a drawer, we let them out and we make them open and standards available to everybody so that we can actually promote the sector. You will go back to the slides later. We don't need to spend too much time on this. No, sorry, you can go to the next one. The slides will be with you, and sorry for the black on blue font, something went wrong there, but lots of resources are available to you that you can find offline later, including a rulebook that is one of the topics for this session and that Marco will tell us about in a couple of minutes. If you can go to the next one, please. The rulebook is one of the main assets we've been developing over the last few years. What usually we call a rulebook in the, let's say, in the circle of data spaces in Europe is something that describes the technical, operational, and legal agreements that enable a data space ecosystem to fully work in a real-world scenario. On slide you see what we call the IDSA principles. It's nothing extraordinary. It's what we said earlier, the element of enforcing and protecting the rights of organizations and people over the data they hold, and ensure a fair data economy in the data space. The rulebook outlines a common governance framework that all players, all participants need to abide to work smoothly. And of course, because what I said earlier, we don't need the rulebook to be industry specific. It is actually industry agnostic and applies to multiple verticals and horizontals.
Next slide.
Now, why is it so important in Europe? Why I have the Europe word always there? Not because data spaces are a European thing, but just because the European Union as a government institution has been investing significantly in developing data spaces for quite a long time. The data strategy has been around for a while, but for the last 2 years in particular, the focus of Europe has been in developing data spaces. What you see on picture, every box you see on the picture is a different project, sometimes multi-million project, to try to support the development of data spaces in their respective industries or topic. The row you see at the top is each of the data spaces that have been funded so far. The middle, the green line, is where my project is, and I will tell you in a second. And the bottom line is all the infrastructure projects that enable the data spaces to, for example, being deployed on a consistent technology infrastructure. It's quite interesting. The second box from the left, what is called smarter middleware solutions, or simple, because it would be a significant software project worth tens of millions of euros that will be developed over the next few years. And perhaps we will talk about this in the Q&A later. And the last slide, I believe for me, how do you support the development of data spaces? And again, this is just for giving you an example of how you could do the same in your countries or in your context, in your industry. Europe decided to create a sort of a coordination and guiding project that is called Data Spaces Support Center. I have the privilege of leading the project for Professor Boris Otto from Fraunhofer SST. I believe I am hidden somewhere in the picture there. The Data Spaces Support Center is not reinventing the wheel. It's simply collecting the technology and governance standards that are available from all the development we can observe from the market, including the rulebooks developed by organizations such as CITRA or by IDSA, my own employer, to take them back and to offer them back to the community of data spaces in Europe. You see on screen the partners and the collaboration partners. It's quite a significant amount of knowledge we're trying to challenge through this project. And of course, I hope you can wish us good luck in accelerating the development of the model, not just for business, but also for society to reap the benefits of more data being available to address social science challenges, at least as much as the development of business. And Bertrand, unless I'm wrong, I believe this was
thank you a lot, Gianfranco, for all this framework that you mentioned. You mentioned something very important, which is, we'll stick on the, we'll continue with the presentation. Thank you. Yes, we'll go on to Marco Turpenheim. You mentioned, Gianfranco, this name rulebook, and Marco is involved in the building of rulebook. So, Marco, can you explain us what is a rulebook and how it helps to build these data spaces? What is the role inside the data spaces, and to answer the challenges I was mentioning? Thank you, Marco.
Yes, I hope you can hear me. Hello, everyone. So Marco Turpenheim is my name, and greetings from Finland. So indeed, rulebook is important, as already mentioned by Gianfranco. So whenever you have, first of all, an infrastructure like we have with International Data Spaces Association and IDS, so it makes a lot of sense to have common basis for everybody who is a member of the association, but also everybody who is deploying IDS, to have kind of a common set of understanding. This is what a data space is. These are the functionalities that are required. This is the way how you set up your governance framework for your data space. And this is what the IDSA rulebook is doing. So it provides help. It provides this common basis on which different parties can start building their IDS-based solutions or data space solutions. I'm from a company called 1001 Lakes. I'm the CEO and one of the founders. And what we do, we help data ecosystems to build trust between the parties. And we've been quite active in several different sectors like agriculture, energy, health, media, so forth. But one of the things, in addition to the role that I have currently at IDSA, which is the co-chair of the Rulebook Working Group, so already 5 years ago, so before the current activity that I am involved in at IDSA, so with the Finnish Innovation Fund CITRA, which was also mentioned in the previous slide by Gianfranco, so we started a project called Fair Data Economy Rulebook Model. And with that, the idea is that we not only look at more broadly an infrastructure like data spaces, but really going into a very specific instance of a network, instance of an ecosystem, instance of a data space, where particular parties want to be also very clear, very sharp on their common rules for their data exchange, their use cases. So that's what the CITRA rulebook does. So it goes, let's say, one level deeper or even in this whole story of having a governance framework for data sharing. Next slide, please. So typically when you ask what are the issues, the problems, something that needs resolving when we are talking about governance and also the common understanding of what a data sharing network is supposed to do. So first of all, it should start from the understanding of the business cases and realizing the common needs for the data sharing and making sure that there is a common understanding of what the data sharing is being used for. And of course, those also emerge in the collaboration, but usually you start with some ideas on why do you need data sharing. Then you need to define the roles, who is doing what are their responsibilities. And often you might have a role of kind of an orchestrator or coordinator or some kind of a party that is overseeing that this whole activity comes together. But then there are several different roles, other roles. There are data provider roles, data consumer roles, there are intermediary roles, and who's doing what. Then there might be some cultural and attitudinal problems related to data sharing. So why would we share data at all? And that's a significant issue in many cases to get things going. And there, the common trust and understanding between the different parties on why we are doing things is really relevant. Then risks. So there is a risk of losing your data, losing or revealing something about the operations from any party's side in a way that is not intended, for example. So that's one of the things, again, where these common rules, common practices can help a lot. Inability to define success on, well, what is it that we are, or can we measure when we have received our common goals, lack of interoperability at several different levels, legal level, imagine, for example, having parties from very different legislations, like, well, some from Europe, but maybe some from Asia, and then there might be mismatches in the legislation between the different parties. How do you resolve those things, for example? But at the on the interoperability side, as Gianfranco mentioned earlier, so lots and lots to do at all of these different levels, operational, semantic, and technical. Remaining compliant, well, here it's EU legislation, but obviously if you're using data spaces around in several parts of the globe or in other parts of the globe, so then you need to take care of the local legislation. Architect technical implementations of data sharing that are secure, efficient, and fit for purpose. That's the idea. Next slide. So when we started the CITRA rulebook work, so there were these 7 things that we had in the background. So how to make rules that are fair and ethical, how to take into account the legal system, how to make this a tool to create data economy and business, how to also support technical frameworks, how to take into account privacy issues, how to make sure that that if you have this kind of a rule book, so then it's easier to grow, easier to join, and also easier to connect to other similar ecosystems than yours. That's what the common DNA here stands for. So if you have a common basis, common set of rules, so then it's easier to connect different networks together and exchange data between them because they are working under the similar rules. And then easier way to set up your data sharing network. Next slide. So in the CITRA's work, so we have had a group of participants. We have coordinated the work, 1001 Lakes, but there has been more than 30 different parties participating from several backgrounds, mostly in Finland, but also increasingly internationally. And this is also very much connected to the work that we are doing in IDSA and IDSA rulebook work. So here, I won't go into details, but it really sets up a framework where you have the different parts also legally that you need to set up your network. What is really the set of agreements that you need to have when you build your governance framework. So from the legal side, so it really is a set of contractual templates, but then you have also guidelines like checklists for business questions, ethical questions, that you can go through and then define whether we have a common understanding and how we check these and these ethical things, for example. And obviously this is an AI event, so it's not only about data, it's also about the uses, the AI models and things like that, and those can be included in all of these. I think that's also important to mention. But it has all of these different backgrounds, also security, so really strong emphasis on making the common understanding on how do we make the data exchanges secure. Next slide. It has been applied in several different domains by, I think, already tens of different examples. So I just show here one. Well, the picture on the right is about one Finnish network on mobility data, so traffic data ecosystem, where there are about 200 parties currently sharing data, both land traffic and sea traffic, and then with a whole bunch of very interesting services that has resulted from the fact that the parties are able now to share data under common rules. Smart cities, manufacturing, health, built environment, agriculture, finance, and so forth. So as you can see, the model has been already tried and tested in real networks, in real use cases, and it's available under Sitra's website. And as said earlier, so this is tightly connected with IDSA and Data Spaces Support Center that was mentioned before by Gianfranco. So it is a model that is also being endorsed by these some of these key activities around around data spaces. Next slide, please.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Marco, for this explanation. So as you mentioned, this is something which is not only conceptual, it's also something that we can apply. And I will show you now what we did in France at a territorial level. So I'm the president of Equitia, which is an association which gathers around 70 public, private, and academic organizations which collaborate in order to try to build a trustworthy and operational framework for data sharing and AI. And we focus on using ethical charter, ethical labels, and work also on the innovative business models and using privacy-enhancing technologies. I won't say much more about Equitia. Let's just show what we did in the context of a territory, because as it was mentioned before, the examples of implementation that you've seen were sectoral. It was about mobility, it would be about health, it would be about skills, and it's very important. And why was it sectoral? Because it's really tough, at least at a large scale, to go multi-sectoral. And what we found out was that at a territorial level, let's say a city, it would be possible to bring together actors of the city, which could be local authorities, which could be some companies, which would be even some national administrations, which have some activity at territorial level, and trying to find out the way to build a rule book together and to implement a territorial multi-sectoral data space. And that's what we are working on. So our idea is to federate the ecosystem around ethical principles, and then to create the operational governance rules for an ethically based data space. Next slide, please. Sorry, it doesn't always work. So we define the governance rules so that it defines the conditions of use and of reuse of the digital resources in the territorial data space. Let me see. No, yeah, okay. So I will go quite quickly on that so that we can still have some time for questions. The first step is to structure the ethical principles. For that, we began by an interpretation of our ethical charter we built in 2020 an ethical charter for data use. And then we interpret that in the context of digital commons. And we worked with citizens. We did some workshops. We did also some workshops with experts so that we have some feedback about all that and then have the ethical principles to be used in the rule book. Then we worked on developing these ethical principles into operational principles across several teams. And we did that for 5 themes. First, the legal aspects. Second, the data management. Then the technologies, what technologies to use to operate these ethical rules. What about the security? What about the business model so that it is also ethical? So this is the work that has been done. It's more than 30 hours of workshops with 33 participants coming from 23 organizations, and in result, so far, more than 500 rules proposals have been made. So you imagine that after that there is some work to clean it up and to rearrange that into something which will become completely operational. And the way it has been done, to understand it, you have here the list of the 7 principles of the ethical charter for data usage. And for each principle, it led to application on the 5 themes I was mentioning. Once again, legal, data management, security, technology, and business models. Now, the question is, this work, which is almost finished and which will be implemented in 2024, can it be replicated in different parts of France or in other countries at a territorial level? And we also have to need to have always an eye on the evolution of the state of the art, on the regulations. You know that there are many regulations coming around, and in Europe it's the case currently about the standards, and that's all it is about. So a rule book is not something which is completely fixed. It's also something which should evolve. And maybe before giving you the possibility, because we have some time, yes, to get some questions, I would go back to the beginning of what I was saying when I was speaking about the obstacles for the use cases to be realized, okay, about how to share the data. The classical approach, and maybe in public sector, has been through open data. And open data, obviously, is very important for transparency, but there is also a caveat, which is that most data cannot be open. And the problem is that we needed to have another concept between open data and closed data. And we believe that data spaces really is the good concept so that we can organize the data sharing in a way which makes no compromise with the fundamental principle when we want to develop trustworthy AI, and the fact that we may advance innovation in every context, included public sector. So that was what we wanted to point out before opening the floor to questions. So it's time for questions. If you have some of them, please, there is a microphone. I don't know if it's possible for people online to ask questions also, but I would let know. Okay, yes? They can ask. So people online can ask questions also, don't hesitate to do that. So please, does anybody want to ask something to our panelists? Yes?
Hello. Yeah, basically my question is related to the industry perspective. How the data spaces can provide the help to the industry in terms of profitability and process control.
Profitability and process control.
Process control.
Yes, for industry. Thank you.
Some of the industry, suppose in their nascent stage, and some of the industry in their established industries. So they don't want to share their data for the nascent industries. So how that is nascent stage industries can get the help in terms of process control and profitability.
Thank you. Maybe Gianfranco or Marco, do you want to answer that? Gianfranco, yes, please.
I can tackle it if you like as a start. So I believe it's a bit of a fake question, and I can explain why. Don't take it personally. We are already working together. What really makes a difference is having a business case for doing it. So the organizations that usually retain their data in a concern of the data being abused or leaked and everything else, particularly in industry, are the ones who probably have a difficult experience with it or cannot justify the risk. In supply chain, we're already doing this every other day. It's not a problem. The industry itself can only work thanks to the fact that we are sharing data about the availability, perhaps, of parts down to the client that needs to use them to mount a component or a piece or a final product. So from that point of view, and without oversimplifying things, we only have a few minutes. In most cases, it's just about finding a business case that justifies the degree of risk that will inevitably stay. Now, the technology we are developing to support data spaces will reduce that risk down. It will never go completely away, but it will enable us to make those choices even more comfortably. So you talk about efficiency and control of the processes. The efficiency element simply comes from the fact that you don't need to go through non-automated means by which you can work with the others. Once the data you need to work together is shared, the systems can be integrated seamlessly, and the process by which items are produced does not have any kind of friction or element of breakage. Let's say you don't need to go back and send a fax to share information with the others. Process control, again, if you imagine processes in an ecosystem, they're not related to one company only. Most traditional technology systems are centered around one organization only. Once you share data, you don't need to constrain the systems that control the processes to one company only. Marco, do you want to add anything?
Well, yes. Well, I think very good question. All in all, this approach where you are having a controlled way of sharing data. So between, as said by Bertrand, so between closed and open, you have the shared data, and then you have the controls, you have the mechanisms of limiting who can access what data and under what conditions. So that helps in many ways in this problem of feeling that you have control over the usage of data and the benefits of the data. But then it boils down to what Gianfranco was just saying, that do we have those use cases where we can, with the usage of data, with the usage of AI, in the interaction between the organizations, add value for everyone, create win-wins. And then, well, it might be profitability. For example, in agriculture, a question is, can data spaces, for example, help in the profitability of the farmers? And then what kind of data sharing is fair for different parties? So profitability goes often in these discussions with fairness. So what's the fair share for everybody that is created of the value that's created from the data, from the usage of data? And then, yes, processes were also mentioned. So indeed, a lot of what can be done is improving processes where you have multiple actors. You might have very complex supply chains. And then the outcome could be it could be more efficient processes, but you can also maybe accomplish tasks that otherwise would be almost impossible. For example, in Europe, there is now a lot of legislation on sustainability and how different parties need to report very accurately their impact on the environment. And you need to include your supply chain or the ecosystem parties that you are working with, and their, for example, CO2 emissions as well need to be counted in yours. So again, you cannot do that if you're not sharing data. You just have to.
Thank you. Who has another question? And maybe a question online. No, okay, in the room. So maybe I can add something to what has been said before. Obviously, there is a need for research on business models. And it was mentioned before by Marco and Gianfranco that the idea is to have a fair share of the outcome, of a data treatment to the actors who allowed the data treatment to be done. We are working also with research laboratories like the Toulouse School of Economics with Nobel Prize Jean Tirole about how to define these business models. So there are some business models already implemented in the data spaces that have been shown. But how to do it more widely and maybe on a multi-sectoral level. And another aspect is that when speaking of profitability, we are based in Toulouse for Equitia. Toulouse, as you know, has the headquarters of Airbus, right? So we work a lot with, I would say, airplane industry. And the matter of the supply chain is really very big. But in many cases, they have trouble to get the data because there are some confidentiality issues or whatever. If we don't build things like a data space, I mean, they just don't make the treatments. So the probabilities, the profitability actually is lower. Yes? Do you have the microphone? Oh, it's for people online so that they can hear you.
Yeah. So, see, since I come from a government side of operations, my point is that government has been a custodian of large amount of data, whether it concerns people, processes, many other things, right? So there is always has been a struggle about what to share, what could be open to the public. And there is always a fear that applying AI models over data also makes it vulnerable.
Also makes it what, sorry?
Vulnerable to leakages, to certain injections which are not desirable in the government space. So that fear is something which, if any, in any, whether in Europe or somewhere, has there been a thumb rule on what to share, what to apply, which data models to apply? And that is something I would like to know.
Yes, thank you. That's a very important question, and that's also one of the, I would say, the founding questions of Equitia, actually. The answer I would try to give is we can exchange about the ethical charter for data usage, because everything is really there. That maybe to understand better the point of view is that in many cases, when you ask, for instance, people, I could do that and try. Is it ethical to use data which has been collected on a certain purpose? Is it ethical to use it for other purposes? Most people say no, it's not. And even they would say no, it's not legal to do it. And we are in Europe and we have GDPR, and I think it's not legal nor ethical. But then if we look at real use cases, like for public health, for instance, and you say, okay, look at COVID-19. We were really in a hurry to have results about many important things about public health. I'm thinking of one of them, which is health inequalities towards COVID-19. Well, the situation is that the researchers, they got very quickly the funding to make research on those subjects, and it took 18 months to get the data to that. So then, when you ask people again, is it ethical not to give the data to researchers so that they can provide us with results, so that we can help fight COVID-19 better and reduce inequalities? They would say, no, it's not ethical to provide with the data. Once you have said that, you need to go further, because you need to say, okay, how do I analyze a project to check, you know, advantages and disadvantages, you know, check balance. And this is what the ethical charter is about, to be able to check balances between pros and cons of something like this. So that's why we decided to put the ethical rules at the top. Because if we don't have that, many people won't even think about what could be possible. It's not, is it possible in general? It's not only what is possible under some legal rules. It's also what is possible, what should be done if we want to act responsibly in a trustworthy environment, which is all about what is GPay, by the way, okay? So, yes, we have some analysis grid, I would say, and I'll be very happy to share with you after the session if you're interested in that. And in that idea that the answer cannot be only whether you open the data completely or not. Most data cannot be completely open, but it could be shared in some very specific conditions, which are the ones that are implemented in a data space. I don't know if Marco, Gianfranco want to add something to that.
I can add something quickly, if you like. Before my current role at Data Space Support Center, I actually was leading the European Union program for open data for the Publications Office of the EU. The challenges that the person in the audience was describing as felt by all civil servants worldwide, I'm sure. I can only give a few very quick and dirty advice on that. The first is really to draw the line between the data that you hold that contains or not any kind of sensitive information. In many cases, you will find out, working with your data stewards, that there are significant data sets that are incredibly valuable, but they have no sensitive data whatsoever. Data that does not describe people, data that does not describe strictly organizations, perhaps through data, for example, collected by the tax office that could describe the state of health of a company or not. That is sensitive, of course. But the data stewards working with you will know exactly what could be shared or not. And even within those sets, there will be the ones that can be shared as open data. Again, the ones that, depending perhaps on your country's government guidance or legislation, you may actually be required to share. In Europe, it's been an obligation for 7-8 years to release data to the public, because those data was in the end created using the taxpayers' money. It is in a way the people's right to get the data back. Some data will inevitably need to be protected, security reasons, confidentiality, but in this case, it will be up to your data steward to inform you of what the possibilities are. Of course, the ethical and legal system that we are subject to, even the culture we come from, may change the decision about what could be shared and what not. But I trust a lot that the people who know the data sets and the people who can make a decision can make an actually informed decision and prevent issues. I'm happy to hear from Marco if he has anything to add.
Well, yes. Well, maybe one angle, and again, maybe tying a little bit back to the rulebook story. So yes, even if it's about data commons, data and AI commons, it's about kind of publicly shared, public institutions sharing data. I think this idea of rulebook can also help there, especially when you look at the issue of data provenance. Who has provided data at which point and under which conditions to be used as a common resource, and I think there's plenty that can be done better. Also for the public sector parties, you mentioned the risk of injections of data that will do some harm, for example, for a common model. So again, things like this can be easier. It's easier to prevent them if you have better rules on what do you take as data contributors, and then how do you deal with all of the issues that have to do with data provenance. Where is this data coming from? Who takes responsibility?
Thank you very much. And let me add a last thing, which is that in the GPay Data Governance Group, we have a project about government as a data provider for AI. And we released this week the final report of this project, where you will find a section with several principles that the government should follow in order to be data providers. So I think altogether, this gives some concrete things, to advance and not to be only on the to stay afraid about what is going on. I mean, we are really building the trustworthy framework in order to make it advance. And I think this is time. So let me thank our panelists, Gianfranco Secconi from IDSA and Marco Turpinay from 1001 Lakes. And we also had Pauline Zordan from Equitia, who was not on screen because she was in the traffic, so not at a good time to appear, but she worked a lot on all that. So I want to thank her very warmly, and thank you very much for your attendance and your questions.
Test. Hello, hello, hello. Check 1, 2.
So hello everybody. It's Derol. It's a pleasure to launch this session alongside Dr. Bashir Hamid Chadrak, the organizer and moderator of this session. I am Edouard Avis from the Paris Expert Support Center. We are, since the beginning of GPI in 2020, supporting the projects conducted by the Innovation and Commercialization and Future of Work expert working groups. The Paris Expert Support Center is hosted at INRIA, the French National Institute for Research in Digital Science and Technology. Many thanks to the panel and of course to the summit organizers team for making this Day of AI India session a reality. Also hi to Kyoko, who is virtually from Japan. Welcome. I will leave the floor to Matthias, the Future of Work Working Group co-chair, and I sincerely apologize as some of us will have to leave earlier than before the end in order to prepare the Future of Work public session, who will start in 1 hour at room 6. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks Chadrak for this kind invitation, and thanks for your great hospitality here in New Delhi. It's a great pleasure being here, and it's especially a great pleasure to have so many interested and smart people here. I really was amazed how lively the discussions have been in our panels right now. So it's really a great atmosphere, and I really want to thank you for your attendance and your attention. Thanks Chadrak again for the invitation for this workshop or panel today. I think it's a great topic. It's a very important topic. It's about AI, education for AI, and Chadrak always stressed this, the importance of this topic, especially when it comes to the future, to the youth, to the young people, and we have to start in schools, and we have to start also with the teachers. I think this is a very important topic, and we came across this topic also last time when we met in Montreal, end of September. We had our first innovation workshop within the GPI, and it was clearly the #1 topic that we all agreed upon, no matter from what working group we were. It was raising the awareness for AI in the broad citizenship and doing AI education for all citizens and for all workers, because it's very obvious that in the future we will have users and losers, and we really need to avoid the social divide, and we really need to do everything to strengthen social cohesion. So I think it's a great opportunity to be here, and I think it's a very important topic. I wanted to spend some words about our working group. It's the Future of Work working group in GPay. It's about 28 experts from various countries with various backgrounds, not only technical but also from the social sciences. And we're doing research in the area of how modern AI technologies will change the future of work, will change the labor market, will change workplaces, job profiles, and so forth. And we are very aware that this is not only a topic of research and studies, but we really need to shape the future actively. We can design the future of work, and so we need to take action. And I think this is a very good example, this session is a very good example to really one brick in the full mosaic that we need to do. We start with education for AI, at least in the very beginning with pupils in schools, and I think this is a great initiative. So many thanks, and I wish you all good discussions in this meeting.
Thank you, Matthias. Thank you, Edward. You know, this is really phenomenal. GPI is becoming the IPCC. If you consider IPCC for climate change, JIPA is becoming one such forum for artificial intelligence. If you like, AI is going to impact every walk of our life, and JIPA has emerged to be such a great platform for us to discuss a range of issues, right from regulatory issues to policy issues to implementation related issues to identifying case studies to becoming a knowledge sharing platform. So Edward, my colleague, is the head of the Paris Support Center, and JIPA is now supported by 2 support centers, one in Montreal, the other one in Paris. And I was one of those fortunate ones to be inducted as an expert as part of Matthias's working group, Future of Work working group. There are 4 working groups, and one of the working groups is looking at future of work. If you consider future of work, and India in particular, which accounts for a large number of people in the workforce, we have at least 2 stalwarts who are there. You know, Mrs. Monica Garg, who actually heads an important function within the province of Uttar Pradesh, which could possibly the 6th largest country or 5th largest country of the world, if that province were to be a country. So about 200 million people live in her state, and she's responsible as a senior government official to take care of the various aspects. At this point in time, she's looking after the Madarsa and Minority Board, but she has a long-standing background in education. And Professor Pankaj Mittal is the head of the Association of Indian Universities, which has a membership of 986, you updated me today, 986 universities. Just consider 986 universities who collectively take care of 40 million enrollments in this country. So there are 40 million people who are studying at any point in time. And when it comes to school level, for whom that we are launching this particular Day of AI India first activity, is aimed at a large number of teachers. And in a while, we would be joined by our colleagues from CBSC, one of the boards that's responsible for secondary education in our country, and also CIET, which is part of the National Council for Educational Research and Technology, which shapes up the technology-enabled learning in our country. And they are at the forefront in leading the efforts. And I'm very thankful to MIT and Digital India Corporation for giving us this stage for us to launch the Day of AI India program. And I would leave it to Professor Cynthia Brazil, who has come all the way from MIT, who has partnered with us in this initiative, and we are privileged to partner with you in this initiative because this is something that they had started off, and thanks to Dr. Vijay Kumar, we could foresee this partnership, and we are today as partners, the initial partners, if you like. But we believe in large partnerships. We don't believe in singular partnership or bilateral partnership. We want multi-sectoral, multilateral, partnerships. So as initial proponents of Day of AI, we are here to invite everyone, the Association of Indian Universities, UPAI, the government of UP, or NCRT, CIET, everyone who is concerned with school teachers who are actually shaping up the future of our society. If you look at the National Education Policy 2020 in India, it categorically mentioned, the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister has been repeatedly mentioning this, that the future of Indian society would need to be rooted in AI, should come out as AI aware citizens. And it's not just true for India, it's true for the entire world. And all the countries are looking into AI aware citizens because they are likely to be impacted. And a range of issues that are discussed in JIPA are very important for us. And I'm thankful to my colleagues Pema and Monica and everyone else here, my admin team and others who have worked very meticulously together with our professor from IGNOU in contextualizing this curriculum. My colleague will speak about it. And I'm also thankful to Dr. Kaushal Kumar Bhatt, who initiated the process for us. So with those few words, I want to remind you that Day of AI India is a concept. It's a concept that could be actually taken to many levels. Today we are launching the Day of AI India curriculum aimed at school teachers teaching classes 3 to 5. But we could launch similar courses for other classes. We could think about boot camps. We can think about hackathon. We can think about research competitions. We can think about marketplace. Going to the citizens with road shows. A number of things could happen. And I'm sure my colleague Cynthia Brazil would mention a few words about how it's shaping up in Australia, in the Philippines, and in the US and elsewhere. But India could be an exemplar, could also be a country that could demonstrate what is it possible in order to turn the young minds and bring about that computational thinking, STEM thinking, and inquiry skills very early on in their life, so that in no time, our societies become very agile to the changes that are happening. With those few words, I would like to invite Professor Cynthia Brazil to give us a purview of Day of AI.
If I can advance my slides. All right, hello everyone. It is such a pleasure to join you here today. When I was brainstorming with Dr. Sadrak what would be the right venue to launch the Day of AI India, he said, well, GPI. And he is absolutely right. I can tell you, the really terrific talks, the seminars today, and reinforced, of course, by the comments of the Prime Minister, to say that AI needs to be used and developed responsibly. It needs to be inclusive so everyone can benefit from this technology. That AI should work with people to elevate our quality of life, to elevate our quality of work. And all of this comes down to education, and education for everyone, from children to a workforce, our college students, and even our oldest citizens. So AI is for everyone. That is definitely the tagline for the Day of AI. Before I get started, I wanted to acknowledge and appreciate the people who made this event possible. I know it was quite a lot of work, and we are quite honored to be able to join you here at GPI. I'm here with my team here from MIT and Dr. Vijay Kumar as well, and joined by this really incredible panel of respected academics and practitioners. And I know many of you are in the audience as well, so we recognize we're in excellent company with you here today. I want to thank the organizers for this event in general to make it possible, Mr. Abhishek Singh of the GPI leadership. Of course, Dr. Sadrak and his team at Cole Semka have really become important and valued collaborators. And he thinks big. I love it. We want to be bold and think big with him. And of course, all the honorable ministers and officials who are supporting this effort and this idea, which I think is absolutely going to become a reality here in India. So with that, I'll get started. I'm going to give you a little bit of overview of the Day of AI from a global perspective, and I think members of the panel will speak in more specifics to what this may look like, or what it is looking like for India specifically. So we're here, we know AI is transforming our lives. We know that people are using AI every day. Many of them don't even realize it. We know it's shaping our ideas, behaviors, attitudes, everything about us. AI is basically transforming what it means to be digitally literate and a digital citizen. And that is motivating this whole new area of inquiry of educational impact on AI literacy. It's no longer sufficient to be digitally literate. We really need to build an AI literate world, not just society, but world. And so that's what we're here today to talk about. So at MIT, we are a birthplace of artificial intelligence way back in the 1950s. Of course, with our amazing faculty, we continue to be on the forefront of advancing the field of artificial intelligence. And we have had a very long tradition of innovating and advancing new pedagogical approaches of teaching people of all ages about cutting-edge technologies like computing and artificial intelligence. And so it's with that spirit that about 3 years ago we formed an initiative called Responsible AI for Social Empowerment and Education, because we recognized the big upward swing that AI was having in the world, and it was affecting, again, people of all ages. It just became really obvious to us that people needed to understand what this technology is, how to use it responsibly, the implications of it, and to empower a much broader audience to be able to create solutions with this technology. And this, you know, it's an opportunity for innovation, for innovating new pedagogical approaches, for new technologies, to bring AI to a much broader audience. So that was the spirit of which we founded RAISE. And Day of AI is a particular program that the RAISE initiative runs every year. And again, the tagline is AI literacy is for everyone. So when we say AI literacy, what do we mean? So first of all, it's important that we demystify what AI is and how it actually works. You know, there's a lot of conversation in the media. There's a lot of confusion of what it can and cannot do. We think it's really important that people have a very grounded understanding of what this technology is. It's a technology, it's a tool. It's not magic, right? And, you know, how to design it responsibly. We think it's important for everyone to really understand how it's designed and how to design it responsibly so we know how to use it responsibly. We know that AI is being integrated into society. It's important for people to have an informed voice of how they'd like to see this technology integrated into their lives. So it's important to become an informed citizen. And as we've heard again and again, we really want the workforce to be empowered and inclusive, diverse and inclusive, so people of all parts of life can understand how to harness this technology to make a better world for themselves and for the people they care about. And the tools and technologies we are seeing are becoming so usable and accessible that this is possible even for young children. So we just, you know, we have to, I think, take this opportunity very seriously and to leverage it appropriately. So when we talk about AI literacy, there's a number of components to, again, our philosophy. So there are the 5 big ideas of AI. There's a global group of academics who have been framing what these main topics are for kind of a holistic understanding of artificial intelligence. The 5 big ideas are machine perception, representation and reasoning, how machines learn, natural interaction with people, and societal impact. And so all of the curriculum that we design echoes and reinforces these 5 big ideas. Of course, computational thinking is inherent in what we talk about. We also believe in what we call computational action. I'll tell you a little bit more about that later. But it ties to this idea of we want to put students in the design seat, right? The designer seat. So they learn by making. They don't just learn by projects. They learn by creating solutions and things that they think will help improve the condition for themselves and, again, for their communities. So human-centered, responsible design is something we bake in to all of our curriculum to engage students in that very important conversation. So one of the innovative things that we do is we create student-friendly tools. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Scratch programming language, block-based programming language. We have another language called MIT App Inventor, which allows people of all ages to create working mobile apps on Android and iOS phones. And we have been embedding state-of-the-art AI tools and technologies into these platforms so kids can actually make pretty impressive things with AI as they learn about AI and its responsible design and its responsible use. And so this is one of, I think, the things that MIT loves as a philosophy is this constructionist form of learning, learning through making, learning through creating to make a better world. And that, of course, fosters entrepreneurial thinking and all these kind of like active agency. I'm empowered to do things in the world that we want all children to feel, people of all ages to feel. So with that, so that's kind of the context, the philosophy. The Day of AI embodies all of those principles. And again, the tagline for us is AI is for everyone. We also want to highlight diverse people, diverse roles, diverse industries. We call it a Careers in AI video series. So people can see that AI is infusing everything. And there's probably someone out there in the workforce that you can identify with that kind of looks like you, that you can, again, imagine yourself doing that when you grow up. So, and it is also a different kind of program. There's a lot of AI literacy curriculum for more computer science-oriented students, maybe older students in high school. We have developed a Day of AI curriculum for all grade bands from kindergarten, lower elementary, upper elementary, middle school, and high school, including AP Computer Science High School. And it is designed to be taught by any teacher, by all teachers, history teachers, art teachers, civics teachers, in addition to math teachers and science teachers and computer science teachers. This is really important. And it targets in-classroom learning. So as opposed to platforms like Scratch that have focused on after-school programming, we try to empower teachers to bring it into the classroom, because that's how you actually reach all students versus students who just self-select into these kinds of learning opportunities. So just echoing the previous slide, we introduced AI literacy, how it works, the responsible design and use, and its societal implications. And it's really a catalyst. It's short format curriculum. It is a heavy lift to ask quite busy, overwhelmed educators to pick up a whole new semester-long curriculum, for instance. This is called a day of AI because it could be done in 4 to 8 hours. It is a very kind of doable first introduction to bringing AI into your classroom. And then the hope is once they do that, they'll want more, they'll want to do more. So again, short format for in-classroom learning. It is multidisciplinary by design. AI is in everything. It is a great way to help bring multidisciplinary thinking and problem solving into the classroom very naturally with this topic. All the examples are very student relatable. It's hands-on, lots of creative design, critical thinking, critical problem solving, reflective discussions that students find very engaging. And it's free. Everything we do is Creative Commons, and that's really important. We offer free professional development materials and even free online synchronous training for those people who want it. So again, we want just to get this material out there to serve the world. And we believe a lot in equitable use. Partly that's why it's free, but we've also designed a lot of activities for a range of classrooms, from what we call plugged, requiring a computer, even just a normal like Chromebook with a internet connection, but also we designed a lot of unplugged, meaning it requires no technology whatsoever. So regardless of the comfort level of technology or how resourced the school or teacher is, there is something there in this curriculum that they can offer their students. This is just a slide to give you a sense of the topics that we have been designing for. Being at MIT, we feel we've definitely got our finger on the pulse for where these technologies are going. We want to be on the leading edge and expose students to the leading edge of AI. When we first launched, we covered topics like deep learning, and we even did an early curriculum on generative AI before it became this really hot thing that we're talking about now. We talked about recommender systems, and how kids can make working apps by training their own image classifiers and put them in working solutions so they can design, explore learning through making with them. Last year, with all the excitement, maybe a little fear around the implications of ChatGPT in schools, we created a ChatGPT curriculum. That was our most downloaded curriculum last year. We brought in, the United States just released their blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights. We did a curriculum for students around AI and policy that involves no technology, but policy and rights and issues that we believe young people need to understand. So again, just to say, we continue to expand the topics based on what we as MIT feel are the most timely and relevant things for young people to understand. And we are constantly updating it with the most recent tools and technology because it's a very fast-moving landscape, as you all know. Our philosophy is also to really empower teachers. So we, again, offer free online professional development training. Our professional development materials spend a lot of time helping teachers feel comfortable with AI, building their own AI literacy. And we have a Train the Trainers program that we're going to be doing here in India to allow it to really scale. We provide all the materials teachers need, all the teacher-facing materials, all the student-facing materials. We allow them to customize it, and in our training sessions, we show teachers how they can customize and adapt these curriculum to make sure they are relevant for their students in their classrooms. And I think this is also a reason why I've seen so much traction. So we really, really believe in engaging and empowering teachers in our program. This graphic just shows, we had assumed that maybe a lot of high school teachers would be downloading this curriculum. It's pretty even. We are seeing a lot of interest from all grade bands. So again, this is really interesting and exciting for us. We're MIT, so we do a lot of rigorous research and evaluation around the efficacy of what we're doing. So this is just a highlight here, but we've engaged an independent research organization to engage teachers in a survey about their experience with our curriculum. I'm just highlighting two quick findings here. So in terms of just professional development, pre-post, after, again, a very short intervention, we're talking about a 4-hour curriculum, teachers, report a really significant uptick in their own feelings and competence of AI literacy. Again, how we educate and prepare teachers is really important. And when we look at how teachers assessed their students' change in agency before and after, do their students feel empowered with this technology? A huge change after just a short format curriculum. So this is also really, really exciting. The report actually goes through many, many other measures. The punchline is we feel we're definitely on the right track. There's of course a lot of work still to do, but we think we are providing a really high quality offering for free for you. So 2023 impact. So again, this is very organic. People, they tend to look to MIT for these kinds of materials. As of last year, we had over 10,000 educators from over 114 countries registered to use Dave AI curriculum. So if you kind of think about students, I mean, that's hundreds of thousands of students after just 2 years of doing this program. It doubles every year. I suspect we're gonna, especially if we engage with India, we expect to see a big, big, big uptick in Dave AI. We work with others, Latin America. They translated our whole curriculum to Spanish. In 2 months, 3,000 additional educators all throughout South America. So again, the world is curious, the world wants to know, teachers want to know. It's a really exciting time. So how do we engage with collaborators? We sign participation agreements. We have, and I'll show a slide with a number of countries and organizations within countries who want to bring it to a large region, a large set of schools. We invite them to localize our examples to, again, applications that have direct regional and cultural relevance. If necessary, they can translate it. Again, I mentioned the train the trainer programs. This is how we can hit scale. We are always creating new modules. We are in conversations with our collaborators to create regionally relevant modules as well. So for instance, in the Philippines, we're talking about AI and smart manufacturing might be a new curriculum we'll design. So again, we're constantly in these conversations. We hosted Dave AI Celebration event. We invite our collaborators to do that in a regional way as well. It's a great way to shine, and celebrate what students and teachers have done in your community. We invite them to contribute to the Day of AI video series, careers and video series, so students can see what people in their regions, what their countries are doing with AI. And we're starting to hear a lot of interest in weaving in these curriculum into their national curriculum as well. And that's, of course, incredibly exciting because that's how you really will reach all students. So all of these things are in discussions, and we engage in global research to continue to evaluate our program. So again, this is just a slide to acknowledge we have some multi-year deep collaborations with Australia. They do all the things I've just mentioned on the prior slide. I mentioned the collaboration with Chile. We've also signed participation agreements in the Philippines, the Dominican Republic, OAE, Hong Kong, New York City Public Schools, and there are many, many, many other conversations in addition to India. So again, expanding very rapidly. So again, we do regular updates. I know this is really important. You don't want a one and done kind of curriculum for AI. It's got to keep moving with the times. We do that because, well, we're MIT. We are continually expanding. I can tell you the curriculum for 2024 is going to be an AI and climate curriculum because we've noticed global interest. We wanted to start to create curriculum that have global relevance. So we're using UN climate data sets, for instance, in that. We collaborate on new topics. We have started to develop specific curriculum for teachers and parents. It's important for parents to feel comfortable about this as well. And we're starting to hear interest in adapting this curriculum to workforce, for a global workforce. I think that's also really important. And a lot of a big opportunity. And we're starting to create a teacher forum by which teachers and educators can share ideas, best practices, and curriculum with each other. So we really, again, want to empower the bigger global community. So I'm going to end there with just a call to action, which is join us. As Dr. Sadrak said, this is not a closed party. This is a very open party. We welcome your participation. And we want to create an inclusive world where everyone can benefit from artificial intelligence. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Brazil, for that overview. Before we proceed further, I would like the photographer to come and take a photograph because two of our colleagues are likely to leave for another event. But I understand that from CBSE colleagues have come. Please do join us. Shall we pose for a photograph? Thank you, Matthias, and thank you, Edward, for your presence. Thank you for the open party, Professor Brazil. You have two additions to the open party: the Association of Indian Universities and UPAI, UPAI. You call it UPAI. So, you know, the more the merrier. Everyone is welcome. And also, together with Professor Mittal, there is a group from ASEM here, so I want to acknowledge their presence. The Asia-Europe education meeting. So thank you for joining us. So to move on further, you know, you had the preview of the global thinking behind the Day of AI, and you know, my colleague Pema Samdup, Dr. Pema Samdup, and Professor Sandeep Rawat have contextualized this curriculum for the levels 3 to 5 to begin with as an offering of Day of AI. So I'd invite my colleague Dr. Pema Samdup to say a few words about how she went about contextualizing, and also at this stage I want to acknowledge the support provided by IIT Kharagpur in the shape of Dr. Kaushal Kumar Bhatt, who initially helped us in the first round of initiation. We do a lot of iteration, and I would let my colleague Pema to talk about it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Shadrach. My job has become a lot easier because we had Dr. Shadrach tell you what JPAI and what we are doing in it, and then we had Professor Cynthia Brazil tell us a lot about the curriculum that MIT has created and the whole concept of the Day of AI. So what we did at SEMCA, with the help of IIT Kharagpur, initially with Dr. Kaushal Bhagat, and later with Professor Sandeep Singh Rawat of IGNOU, is we took their syllabus and we tried to contextualize it and make it into a MOOC, which is massive open online courses. And the beauty of the curriculum that MIT has actually created is that, you know, it's not aimed just at the student. It's not aimed at anyone who just wants to learn. It is specifically in a way created for the teacher. Because most of us know that if we do not teach about AI responsibly, we're going to have a circus going on. Because the first time I heard the word AI was when my teenage daughter and her friends told me, "What you talking about assignments? Put it on ChatGPT, you'll get it." So I said, "What on earth is ChatGPT?" Then they told me there are these things which, you know, comes under the bracket of artificial intelligence. We have Quillbot, and they named a whole lot of them. So I thought I must look at it and see what it is. And then I discovered that it actually, you know, generates essays for you, letters for you. It generates everything for you. And that set me off thinking, because I was very worried about it, because plagiarism for me would, you know, make a big thing. So when I joined SEMCA and I saw the kind of work that was going on with the MIT curriculum, I thought it was a very, very important thing that we were going to do. We help and facilitate teachers right at the primary level, so that through the series of activities that they can actually carry out in the classrooms with their children, and children are not being taught directly. We are not going through pages and pages of science and scientific concepts and talking computer science here. We're not talking programming. We're telling them, you know, look at this video of a robotic dog. Now kids will be interested. They are going to look at it. How is this happening? That is the concept that is being explained to them through, in a sense, let's say, experiential learning. So that was a very, very important and a crucial thing that, you know, which I felt was very, very right about the MIT curriculum, which we've adapted. Now, at this moment, we are calling it version 1, because it's only available in English. and it's only for levels, primary school basically, up to class 5 in India, which would be at elementary school elsewhere. Now the version 2 of it, we are, I think quite optimistic that we'll be able to get it translated into Hindi, maybe other regional, the vernacular languages or the regional languages. And basically we would like to see how people interact with it. And we created the MOOC, my colleague is here who's helped me. We created the MOOC and I think we'll sort of put it on last night as a test thing. And to tell you, we have about 68 people who are already looking at it. And most of them are not teachers right now. They're mostly undergrads or postgrad students who are looking at it. So we hope, that it'll be a good experiment. And we would like to see this work out with, at the moment we have an expression of interest with the Uttar Pradesh SCRT and with Ms. Monica Garg, as well as AIU. So I think we can teach responsible AI in a very big way by first helping teachers, because again, teachers also get neglected, right? It is assumed that the teacher knows what's happening. The teacher should know. Why should teachers know everything under the sun? And technology, the rate at which technology changes, it's quite difficult for teachers in very, very remote areas to actually keep up or even know what they're talking about or what's going on. So this course, it's not really a course in the sense that, you have to do this and then only you'll be able to do that. It's not that kind of an instruction. It's a very, very learner-friendly, user-friendly course that has been created. So I think teachers would greatly benefit from it because they would also need to do the activities along with the students. And the students would learn through experiential learning. And I think I've said enough. Thank you.
So as mentioned, the course is already available online for anybody to access and go through. The course is based on the 4-quadrant approach, which most of the MOOCs follow. There are video lessons, there are text material, there are assessment out there, and also further reading material and so on. So it's a complete course for teachers who teach grade 3 to 5. And it's our intent to make it available through the Diksha platform for the large number of teachers. And in our country, there are 8.5 million teachers. I don't know if it resonates anything for our foreign delegates. Maybe you have a population less than 8.5 million in some of your countries, but our teacher community itself is 8.5 million who teach in 1.5 million schools. Catering to 240 million students who study from K-12 level, from kindergarten to 12th standard. So it's a huge opportunity, and India has come up with a lot of good plug-in tools. Bhashini is a good example of how you can translate content. Anuvadini, Chutki. There are so many other tools that have been put out by our ministry that could be plugged in to this courseware, so that you could create an interface in a Zippy. In no time you can create an interface in different languages in our country. So what is important is getting the curriculum right, and what is also important is refreshing the curriculum every now and then, because the technology catches so fast that you cannot really have one curriculum. The self-life for a curriculum perhaps in AI could be less than a year or something of that kind. So that's where I think we need to have institutions that are willing to invest and take it to the next level. So that said, what I would like to do before our 3 esteemed guests who are here, Professor Pankaj Mittal, Professor Bishwajit Saha, who is represented by our colleague from CBSE, and Ms. Monica Garg, and also we have our JIPAI expert from Japan who has joined online. Before they would provide their closing remarks, I'd like to open up this conversation to everyone. And audience, you may want to say a few words about how you foresee an implementation of such a huge program amongst the teachers. What is your take on it? And perhaps we can start with Dr. Vijay Kumar as to how it happened in the US, and maybe it would warm up others to provide some suggestions to us, because as I mentioned, we do not want Day of AI to be a kind of just a courseware or a curriculum for school teachers. We want it to be a celebration, to be a platform where many activities could happen, as in the case of the Philippines, Australia, and elsewhere. So we would also use the next 5-10 minutes to draw upon your suggestions so that we can take into cognizance that suggestion. But Dr. Vijay Kumar, how did it go about in the US?
Well, Cynthia is here, the team is here, and good afternoon, everybody, and welcome again on behalf of all of us. I can speak more broadly in terms of how we've been doing and digital learning, and how in that context AI, and through efforts like Day of AI, and some of these are lessons that we have all learned from various projects in technological innovation diffusion. You have a group of people who see compelling, successful implementations. It's always getting that, and they say, oh yes, because suddenly it moves from the realm of the impossible and fear to this is fun. This is. Yesterday when we were chatting with Professor Brazil Cynthia, she was talking about how important it is for people to actually construct. This is not about I can see, but it's about I can touch and I can do things. So a large part of getting that compelling value is people actually doing co-design, working with you and creating solutions. And so there's that. The second part, which the Day of AI actually illuminates just remarkably, is this doing the day itself. I mean, we are all educators here, you're policymakers. You'd see that the sustainable way of advancing any adoption is through creating communities of practice, because then, and this is not just because misery loves company and there's comfort in numbers, but the fact that there's a whole bunch of people who are doing these things, and after some point it's not just Cynthia and the team who are resources, but the entire community becomes a resource to each other. And we have seen it in various projects. We ran a very large project here with government schools called CLICS with the Tata Institute for Social Sciences. And the success was because you had a whole bunch of people who are actually engaging in it. And something that Dr. Shadrach has said, all the people over here, is really formalizing the professional development aspect. It's all nice to say there are these tools, these technologies. Again, this is the point that you're making, Cynthia, to channel you this morning. You're talking about the difference between what you said, a B2C. Having this and everyone can use it, that's fine. That's good democratization. But the fact that teachers can do it, it becomes part of an institutionalized curriculum, matters, because then it has stickiness. And I think that's the thing.
Any other suggestions
from? Hi, actually this is Sohan Notial, so I am part of Diksha actually, and would like to know from sir that as part of Nishtha program, which we have training from the teachers, for the teachers. So what is that methodology or technology or as part of AI, anything being used at your country, which which will be helpful, just to understand that, because we are planning for generative AI and including in the application. And so just would like to know, since we have brought it up, the teachers training program, in that perspective, if you have anything, that would be helpful.
We can collect a few more suggestions and questions.
So the question is, what kinds of AI tools and technologies have we developed curriculum for? So in the slide that I showed, we have these thematic units. So I mentioned ChatGPT, so large language models. We always want to have hands-on learning with these tools and technologies. That was actually a teacher-led experience because students can't use ChatGPT, or we didn't want them to use ChatGPT on their own because there's age limitations. So it was a teacher-led activity, but they would do a ChatGPT activity together in a broader context of like a creative storytelling task. We've used teachable machines from Google
which allows you to train basically visual or auditory classification models. And then we have extensions so that you can take those models and put them into App Inventor or our custom Scratch programming language playground. So kids can train a model and then actually make something with it. So again, a lot of hands-on design through applications with student-friendly block-based coding environments. We have new curriculum around data science that uses free tools in data science. We've developed, actually Safina's developed a lot of curriculum that uses the more visual aspects of generative AI. We've seen those tools just blossom in their capability, and we keep updating that curriculum in particular. We worked with Amazon Alexa team on conversational AI. So again, whatever kind of the main AI technologies you think about today, when we, at MIT, we decide like this is big, like kids need to understand it, we will turn it around and create a curriculum around it. So a lot of the main technologies you think about that industry uses, we make them available to kids and teachers.
Joyce, can you? Yeah, plagiarism perspective, because even I did my MBA from England. So plagiarism is one of the key things which they track, and so in that case, when we start using ChatGPT, right? Whole lot of things comes, and once I write my program or as per the project or whatever is suggested during the course, then definitely when they compare, right? So there are chances that plagiarism will be cases will be more. So in that case, what is your
right? So that's the whole point about responsible use. So we do this creative activity as a classroom, and then we invite the conversation, teachers and students. How can you use this to advance your learning specifically, right? Because we don't want these technologies to shortcut students' learning. So it's all about responsible use. And we do generative AI around image generation. We have a whole series on deepfakes, both positive applications and negative applications, right? So again, we try to give a balanced viewpoint, but we always want students to understand the responsible use implications of these tools. And we want them, again, we have curriculum on ethical design frameworks. So when they design their solutions, they are explicitly thinking about who are my stakeholders, who might be preferentially benefiting from my design right now, how do I need to think about that? So again, we're trying to help give students perspectives and skills and tools to think through these issues carefully and have that conversation. So anyway, it's about responsible use, and we want to foster that conversation around responsible use. I think that's all we can do as educators.
Hi, I'm Prajita. I run this organization called Young Leaders for Active Citizenship. We work with a cohort of 150 schools every year and train about 20,000 children on digital citizenship and how to be safe online, etc. And now more and more questions have started coming around AI. So we work with really low-income students, and yet in a survey that we just did in February, and these students are working on shared devices. So they actually have phone only for 2 hours in a day or something. And we found that 25% of even those students have already tried AI tools, etc. So I think the adoption is massive. I just had 2 comments and I would love to know. So one is that, in India, of course, teacher training in itself, in government schools, you still see there's some formal way in which there is teacher upskilling, and the governments kind of do that, and it's a mandate that needs to be done for them to be able to promote it to the next stage. I think we probably, some kind of partnerships, local partnerships. For example, we work with a lot of affordable private schools who actually are even more informal, and people who are with the education space would recognize it's even more unwieldy, that space. So we work with them to kind of, train these teachers and also have a proper MIS to track how they are implementing some of these programs in their schools. And in our, this 1 year hand-holding sort of thing really helps, because you actually tell them what needs to be done with that. Second thing that I was just thinking about, and because we are working at the intersection of active citizenship and then, you know, interaction with technology, and as Sir pointed out, there's so many things that happen when it comes to technology's intersection with society. I think what we have found is if we can find a civic purpose for which technology solutions can be built, everybody is more energized to actually play with it. And in that sense, we, I mean, if there is some way to partner, we'd love to kind of explore whether we can build any program around that also. Thanks.
If I may ask, then you may like to respond. So my question is for the existing teachers. So new teachers will be groomed in a different environment to teach. But presently, AI is perceived as an additional skill apart from their normal classroom deliveries. So how, what do you see, like how these existing set of teachers can be trained? So rather than, you know, teaching them or training them on particular tool, it should get inbuilt into their delivery, classroom delivery.
So maybe this is a question about bringing international curriculum, is that?
I think, you know, when it comes to the partnerships and the school teacher development mandate that you earlier mentioned, I'm sure, you know, Mrs. Monica Garg would be able to address that as part of her remarks. And when it comes to the plagiarism and, you know, how do you detect content, whether it's computer generated or, you know, human generated. Now, there's one part is, of course, skilling our teachers and enabling our students to do it in a responsible manner. But also there's a legal opportunity. But if you look at a week ago, the European Union Digital Act was passed. And in that, there is a clear recommendation that, that the generators, the onus is given to the generators to ensure that they have to give for free and open the algorithm that enables us to detect as to who has created this content. So the onus is put on them, which is also a legal solution, which many countries would now follow, because it's a serious problem. When it comes to educators, they would like to ensure that you know, there is the distinction between originality and copying, right? So there is this legal position also that we see starting with the European Union, but you know, this would go around, and India could easily follow that. That said, you know, when it comes to embedding STEM concepts, computational thinking, and others, not only teachers having the competency, but they should also bring this out in their daily implementation in the classroom practice. There's a lot of techniques, and when it comes to teacher education, it's not confined to just digital skills. Teacher education is all about enabling them to embed a variety of skills that the world is looking for in the future society. The future society is all about possessing 21st century skills, collaborative skills, team working skills, and so on and so forth. But also with greening, with digitalization, there's another pressure on teachers to embed in their curriculum the concepts around this so that they can also teach. And on top of all this, if you look at the national education policy, now there is not much distinction between academics and vocational education. So there's also this opportunity for teachers. So teachers are expected to be superhuman beings, particularly at the early stages of education. They're expected to hone a lot of skills, which means there is such an importance would need to be given to teacher development. And unfortunately, in our country, sometimes teacher development and capacity development could fall through the cracks. You know, it doesn't, it's not taken that seriously, but time has come where the 8.5 million teachers, and that's why, you know, had Professor Amarendra Behra would have been here, had he been here, he would have really, you know, given a purview of how the Diksha platform and the Nishta portal and others are instrumental today, and what is the roadmap that they are looking at in the next 10 years in order to equip our teachers, through the teachers, the students, to all the newer forms of technology. And there is a roadmap in our country. And those years of technology-enabled learning, which used to be a distance dream for the public sector institutions, is changing. You know, we are witnessing a scenario where things are moving forward. You want to say a few words?
I have a, I'm a Professor Perumal. I'm coming from NIT Surathkal. My kids are studying in Kendriya Vidyalaya. I am okay with everything. I have seen the villages around my city. I'm not talking about only KV. I'm seeing about that villages. The teachers are there, but teacher age group is also changing from the entry level to that retirement age. When we when we want to develop them in this kind of aspects, first thing is they don't have a digital device which is to be touched and shown to them. So what my request is, as a policy makers, when you are making any appointment on the teacher, first give them one good device, make them to work on anything. Because in the pandemic, I know the teachers, how they put effort. I'm very much inclined with, because my son and daughter is studying in KV. KV teachers did wonders. I'm a Diksha app, when he was saying it, I was so good that there is one app they can do for everything. But the problem is, in the system, right to educate, where the people will come from the poverty line. They don't have access of internet, they don't have access of device. So we are talking one side about that, all the advancements, but basic infrastructure. For the teachers, first of all, I'm not only concerned about the students. Teachers, if you enable it, it will be great. That's the only point I wanted to add.
Thank you. I think these are hygiene factors that the public system has to consider. But any advice from our colleagues from ASM? How is it going in your country when it comes to teacher development in AI? Any thoughts from? Can you pass on the mic, Joyce?
Hello, everybody. Firstly, thanks a lot for invitation to Global Partnership Summit. Okay. Firstly, thank you for invitation to this Global Partnership Summit and so interesting discussions. I'm coming for small country where is 1.8 million inhabitants and maybe several thousand teachers. Okay, we are still not so far as you are. We are still on discussions, but I think it will be future also in our country how to teach teachers to use artificial intelligence and how to work with students. Thank you.
I just want to add one thing to what he said. So I think he was talking about the senior teacher. I'm Professor Sandeep, and I'm one of the facilitators along with Dr. Pema, and I'm from IGNOU, which is one of the largest open university where we have more than 4 million students, active students are there. So I think what I believe, teacher is always a student. So he has to learn. He has to always update. And this course, particularly AI, when we talk with respect to artificial intelligence, and this MOOC course has been designed especially for the teachers, even if you are not from computer science background. So that's it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. So one more comment from you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We hosted the webinar of the expert group, the ASM expert group on digitalization, and where we had a public webinar on the impact of artificial intelligence on learning and teaching. and here we also had this discussion on how how important it is to train the staff who at university level, how they use artificial intelligence, and also in an ethical way. And if anybody's interested in the outcome of this webinar, we've also recorded it, and it's available on the ASEM Education homepage, and we have also a conclusion document on that. So you're welcome.
If I could just add on to this whole thing about teacher education. See, in the primary schools, what is happening even today is right up to the time that the student reaches class 5 and is ready to move on to middle school, it's the class teacher who is expected to teach all subjects, except for a second language teacher or an art teacher or a physical education teacher. Otherwise, the whole curriculum is led by a single teacher. So anyway, we are compelling that teacher to know everything. In that sense, what happens is the teacher actually knows her students quite well. She or he also knows the backgrounds of each student, knows what they're capable of. Now the teacher herself is multi-skilled and multidisciplinary, right? So this curriculum that we're talking about, it's not really going to be a burden on anybody. It's not something that, it's so heavy or which requires so much of their time. It is just a series of activities and a couple of videos which will tell you what you expect. So for teachers actually who are already teaching in the primary level, this is not going to be an add-on duty. In fact, they might just enjoy the whole process. That's what I wanted to just very quickly add. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we have come to the kind of a closing session where I would like to invite to begin with Professor Pankaj Mittal to come and provide closing remarks. She is somebody who is catering to 1.5 million teachers in our country. Please come.
Thank you, Dr. Shadrack, and thanks for holding this and for the launch of Day of AI India. I'm from the higher education sector. My primary parent office has been University Grants Commission and now the Association of Indian Universities. And we are dealing with the higher education institutions, something like 1,100 universities and 45,000 colleges we have in our country, and around 40 million students are studying. So when this AI came and ChatGPT came, initially there was a knee-jerk reaction, and many of our universities thought that we should ban ChatGPT. We should ban these type of things which can sort of, students can use it for, say, wrong ways or wrong means, as a wrong means. So, but then we realized that instead of worrying about AI, we should be excited about AI. So we did constitute a committee of experts to talk about the impact of AI on higher education. And there were very, very wide-ranging discussions. The report is about to come. And the primary was that how to train the teachers to use AI, for example, for personalized learning. So Coursera, which is dealing with the online education, it has come out with a tool where AI can be used for personalized learning depending upon the level of each student. Because in India we have large classrooms. There are classrooms where there can be 100, 200 students. So the level of each student is different. So how AI can be used for personalized learning? How AI can be used by the students for responsible learning? It's not that they'll use it only for sort of cheating purposes or using for the assignment purposes. They can use AI for in a very, very responsible manner to learn. How AI can be used for, say, opening new frontiers of research. How AI can be used for governance. How can we make the policy and regulations on AI? How can we talk about legal framework for use of AI in higher education institutions? So they were very, very wide-ranging deliberations, and it was felt that it is very, very important that AI is used by our universities and colleges. There's no point in being shying away from AI or being afraid of AI. It has to be used as an aid for the benefit of the students, but how to do it, that is something very, very important. And there is what, when we talk of like We have to train the teachers, we have to do the capacity building of teachers to use the AI for the advantage of students, for the more effective teaching learning. How to do that capacity building, who will do that capacity building, because the numbers are very large. So even if like you have a MOOCs course for the school teachers, so I think there has to be a MOOCs course for the college and the university teachers also. And then AI is changing so fast that that MOOC course, I don't know what will be the expiry date of that MOOCs course, because it will be very, very short. It is changing every day. So maybe every 3 months or 4 months we have to update that MOOCs course. And again, the issue that person raised over there about the availability of devices, internet, because India is a diverse country, big country. We have rural areas, urban areas, border areas, small universities, big universities. So there are many, many issues which have to be taken care of, and then only we can say that we have really benefited from AI. But then we do need a lot of work to be done, and I'm sure the way you are doing it in the school level, at higher education level also we'll try to partner with SEMCA, maybe Cynthia will take your help, that how to use AI in the field of higher education for the benefit of the students, for the benefit of the teachers, for the benefit of researchers and the people who are administering the higher education system. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We welcome the spirit of partnership, Professor Mittal, and we'll sure to make your dream possible. 1.5 million higher education teachers exposed to AI is a big task, but I think we should make a beginning. Koyoko Yoshinaga, who is in Japan, it's 9:10 p.m. for her. So, Ms. Yoshinaga, your comments, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Shadrach. Thank you for the opportunity to address this distinguished audience. I appreciate the efforts put into organizing this event. I regret not being able to join you in person today. I find the Day of AI initiative particularly commendable, and I believe it could serve as a valuable model for many countries. In Japan, we've made significant strides in programming education, starting from mandatory courses in elementary schools in 2020 to the recent inclusion of information science in high school curricula from 2022. The activities of the Day of AI align with our educational goals, especially in inspiring students through practical experiences. Our digitally native children growing up surrounded by technology may not find AI as extraordinary as previous generations. In Japan, my own elementary school-age children are already interacting with AI in their daily lives, from customized online English lessons to encountering AI-powered serving robots in restaurants. As we progress in AI education, it's crucial not just to focus on technical aspects, but also to instill sound judgment and ethical values. With generative AI such as ChatGPT, ChatGPT can generate content efficiently. We must be cautious about over-reliance, as it may hinder the development of critical skills such as summarization and discernment between good and bad writing. How can the children know whether the summary or the composition is good or not without the actual training? Previous generations underwent training to express their thoughts or summarize within specific character limits. And this experience of summarizing and struggling with composition helped develop the ability to discern between good and bad writing. However, as AI starts to take over these tasks, there is a potential for a decline in these skills. The ease with which current students turn to AI tools for research raises concerns too. ChatGPT can generate responses based on input, including unreliable information. It becomes crucial to teach a more nuanced approach, emphasizing the need to examine whether the answers are biased, encouraging scrutiny of individual components, and promoting various research methods, such as using dictionaries, books, interviews, etc., instead of relying solely on a single source. balancing the use of AI with traditional research methods and teaching the importance of source attribution becomes imperative. Moreover, educating about the ethical use of AI is vital, considering the potential risks it poses, including issues like deepfakes. It's not just about avoiding problems, but also ensuring individuals do not inadvertently contribute to them. Discussing these topics collectively fosters a more informed and responsible AI community. In collaboration with CPI, I propose working together to formulate guidelines and best practices for ethical AI education. While we celebrate advancements, it's crucial to acknowledge the significance of traditional education in reading, writing, and communication, coupled with a strong emphasis on ethics. Lastly, turning our attention to the collaboration between India and Japan, the commitment to quality and precision in both countries holds immense value. Japan places a strong emphasis on quality and precision in its products and services, a principle that is evident in the development and adoption of AI as well. The commitment to high quality standards contributes significantly to the development of new AI solutions. However, Japan faces a challenge in its declining workforce, especially in the AI sector. Collaborating with India, a nation abundant with talented AI engineers, AI data scientists, offers a promising solution to the shortage of professionals. Together, we can develop secure and reliable AI solutions that meet the highest standards. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to fruitful collaborations in this field of ethical AI education and technology development.
Thank you, Ms. Yoshinaga, for those nice words and also the offer towards India-Japan collaboration. Before I give the final word to Mrs. Monica Garg, I'd like to bring Mr. Satish Pahal, who is representing CBSE, to say a few words. They've done a tremendous work in collaborating with Intel for creating AI for all curriculum. Mr. Pahal. Good evening. As a representative of CBSE, I would like to contribute, I would like to respond on some of the remarks I have heard from the audience. CBSE has introduced AI as a skill subject from 9th and 10th onwards, and 11th and 12th onwards, and last 3 years we have introduced AI as a skill module also from 6th onwards, 6th, 7th, 8th classes, and the students who are studying in the 6th, 7th and 8th classes, they will get accrued the credits also, and it will be accrued into their ABC, Academic Bank of Accreditation, and the opportunities can be seen to explore the revision and refreshing of the curriculum also, and main focus is our on CBSE has made a part of teachers training as a part of affiliation also. There are mandatory teachers training capacity building we used to provide, and we are having many global partners also there, like IBM, Microsoft, Meta. We are in collaboration with we used to provide many training sessions to students also. We used to provide many capacity building and training programs for teachers also. So we would like to looking forward for this association with SEMCA also, and it's a great event for hosting this kind of AI launching of AI Day. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would now call upon Mrs. Monica Garg to have the last word, and also on behalf of the entire team, you can thank everyone and provide the vote of thanks as well.
Good evening. So first of all, I'll thank the organizers for organizing this event. I must appreciate the efforts made by Dr. Shadrack and his team for organizing this event. And I am happy to be a part of this GPI summit to deliberate upon a technology which is very powerful and extremely disrupting, which offers great opportunities and choices, and at the same time, it poses serious challenges. My previous speakers and many among the audience, they all talked about kids using AI, and they also showed their concern about ChatGPT and many unethical practices. So these are the issues which need to be addressed. While artificial intelligence may seem something intimidating, something secret, elitist, but we must understand that its main role is to facilitate and enhance our lives. AI is ubiquitous in our world. Hence, it becomes important for everyone to understand the technology, the myths and realities, the apprehensions and enthusiasm around it. This new paradigm and our Honorable Prime Minister's call for large-scale skilling in AI has prompted us, the policymakers, to start work on AI literacy for all. Cynthia just talked about AI literacy is for everyone, and I am happy that we are on the same page, and we need to make efforts in this direction. Under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, in Uttar Pradesh, Team UPAI has started this work of demystifying AI. UPAI, UPAI. UPAI, when translated into English, means a cure, a solution. So it is UPAI, Uttar Pradesh Artificial Intelligence. Today I will talk about Team UPAI's journey of educating the masses, of generating awareness among the masses about AI so that they stop treating it as an enemy and start using it as a tool. With this objective in mind, in October this year, we launched a series of 22 videos on our website, teamupai.org. These videos, these video lectures, they tell you what is AI, what is IoT, machine learning, how Alexa listens to you, how smart gadgets operate, how Google Maps work, how you get to see your preferences on the screen when you are shopping online. They also talk about ethics and biases of AI. In one of the videos, we also talk about AI tools used for teaching and learning. The lectures are very easy to understand, and complex concepts have been explained in simple words. They are bilingual. The video lectures are bilingual in English as well as Hindi. And the effort has received an overwhelming response. In fact, I am myself fascinated by the journey of AI, of Team UPAI, how it has evolved, not only by the journey of AI, but also by the journey of Team UPAI, how it has evolved. The feedback received on our website, you can see, is very encouraging. It says that these videos have actually transformed and they have given a new dimension to AI education. The viewership is increasing by the day. As on date, the hits and views on the website and on YouTube are more than 500,000. We are getting repeated hits from different states and even from other countries like the US, UK, UAE, even from China and Japan. Many thousands of teachers and professionals have enrolled themselves for the qualifying test. Aprajita was just talking about the issue of training teachers and how to certify their qualification and knowledge in AI. Well, you can access our website. It offers a qualifying test by SCERT, and it gives a certificate at the end of the test by Director SCERT UP. Team UPAI has declared these videos as open educational resources. Civil society has taken upon itself to translate them into other languages, and work has already commenced for Urdu and Punjabi. Many schools, colleges, and universities have downloaded these videos in the smart classrooms, and they are playing them for the students, from which numerous students and even teachers are benefiting. Uttarakhand Academy of Administration, Nainital, has decided to include these videos in their training curriculum for the administrative officers. And so has Uttar Pradesh Academy, UPAM, Lucknow. The project was supported by SCERT, and I am happy that SEMCA and SCERT UP are working out modalities to use these videos for generating awareness of AI among school teachers. These videos are being converted into a 5-day teacher development program with hands-on activities and by the SCERT, and they will be used for training the teachers of Uttar Pradesh and even from other states. Well, friends, Government of India has put AI at the core of its vision for the Indian decade and has declared its intention to make India a powerhouse of AI, a global powerhouse of AI. It is indeed a matter of pride for us that this year India is the lead chair of GPI, and so it is imperative for everyone to understand the technology, because technology illiteracy only hinders growth and perpetuates falsehoods and fears. No technology is perfect, it is ever evolving. The choice is to watch from the sidelines as AI bypasses us, or to understand AI and use it to the advantage of humanity. Team UPAI believes that as the curtain is lifted, as the citizen learns more from these videos, he will stop being scared of the technology. When he recognizes that he is using AI every day in his life, he will start thinking about using it more. We believe that when the foundations are built on clear concepts, they pave the way to innovation. And we hope that some minds will get ignited and will develop AI applications indigenously, which will be useful for the society. Friends, AI cannot replace humans, but it will certainly help humans with AI knowledge to replace those who do not possess this knowledge. I repeat, AI will help humans with AI knowledge to replace the humans who do not have knowledge about AI. So it is important for everybody to have the basic knowledge of the technology, and Team UPAI seeks your active support in our mission of AI literacy for all. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Before we disperse, ladies and gentlemen, may I call upon Mr. Jitendra Kumar Malik, Deputy Director, SCERT UP, to also join the dais. And we would like all of you to kindly launch our MOOC. This is what it looks like. Professor Sandeep, please, you are the facilitator, please join.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. As you can see that this MOOC course is for the AI for the teachers, for the elementary teachers who are teaching to the 3 to 5. And you can see the main page where we have enrollment details and course contents and other details. At the end, if you look at the things, I think we have a brochure as well. So I think I would request them to just show them the brochure where you have all the details about what is the progress, how they are going to learn. And we know that this is one of the course which we have designed and target audience, certification, registration process, and all the lesson 5s along with as the 4 quadrants sir has mentioned. All those 4 quadrants are already mentioned in this. Yeah. Thank you.
So may I request you to officially open the course?
I've never officially opened a course. I guess I pronounce the course officially open. Congratulations, everyone.
Well, in our state, what we have done, our journey so far, and our planning in future, very well explained by our very senior administrator in UP government, our ACS ma'am, Ms. Monica Gar. We hope under leadership of state and especially task given to UPAI, we will lead and will give very good result to our country. Thank you so far.
So thank you. That brings us to the close of this event. Thank you so much for being with us an extra 25 minutes. Thank you. One more photo. Please, Dr. Vijay Kumar, please join. And team from Semka team, Ajay.